Football. For generations, it has provided individuals and communities with a distraction from the normal focus of life. Created by our natural desire for competition, it has thrilled the masses and for many provided a way of life. Sport has the power to unite and also to divide. It has the capacity to build a person's confidence, yet also destroy another's spirit. Quite often, the self-esteem of an entire town, community and state, and the pride of its people is dictated by the accuracy of a piece of leather filled with air. And it's the players that determine its path, the very ones we feel the right and seemingly need to openly scrutinise. We praise, ridicule, worship and abuse them. And for reasons not often understood, it's the players that front up week after week, contest after contest, to test their skill and forge reputations. Senior Australian rules footballers across the country, both past and present, were given the opportunity to explain why. In their own words, this is their story.
Paul Salmon, his last as an AFL player.
So we've seen the fish for the last time.
Oh, yeah. With a blink of an eye, it's all over. Just when it happens, you're not ready for it. You know?
And when the siren goes, it was just a real empty feeling. And Peter Dean's come straight up to me and sort of shook my hand and sort of said, gee, what a terrific career, well done, you know, sort of sad to see you out again. And I was speechless.
I think in my own mind I'd started looking around at many of the grounds and the stands 6-7 weeks before that, thing. Well, this is going to be the last time I'm going to sort of grace these grounds, if that's the right words, you know.
Looking up into the stands, and there was probably about 90-something thousand people there, and thinking, oh, glory, this is my last game, let's absorb it.
That was my last kick on the field, and to play it in front of the crowd at Footy Park, and the spectators have been supporting me for the last 9 or so years, and the ovation and the applause that they gave myself and Jamo and Blighty was just amazing.
But I never took the jumper off for 4 days. In those days it was a bit of a wake, and I suppose being the last game I'd probably had 3 or 4 wakes, and I didn't want to take the jumper off. So you can imagine after 4 days it was getting pretty smelly.
So the tears were partly for the game, but more that was the end. An end of I grew up always wanting to play footy, and when finally I went off the field for the last time, it was like that part of me died.
No, it's funny, after 18 years and 300 odd games, it seems to have gone to blink of an eye. It was only just yesterday. I was in the park having a kick at Dad. He was told me to straighten up and steady on the right, and I was just dreaming of one day playing that footy.
What a mark. He was up there for a week. The siren is going. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. The scene is set. You couldn't get it any better than this.
I don't think anybody's heard the siren. No one has moved in the crowd. What a finish. Any score. Otherwise we play extra time. It's an important kick of his career. Any score will do. He kicks.
Every kid in the street where we lived wanted to play football.
I guess growing up in the Fremantle area, you just played football. It was religious to play football, and if you dared play anything else, you're stoned.
You just had that passion as a kid, you know, like my kids had it too. They didn't go on and play league football, but they all had a passion to play. They loved the game.
Well, I grew up in a little country town
in New South Wales called Finley, and it's still very much in Aussie rules area. And I just remember basically going down and watching the senior side play all the time and just wanting to grow up and be like them.
I can always remember playing football as a kid. We never had a football because no one could afford to buy one.
She was able to get a brand new Sherrin, full size, and she brought it up to me, and as soon as I took it from her, I bolted out of the kitchen and through the backyard, and I launched into this massive, it must have got at least 80 metres, torpedo punt, and it went spiral through the air, and it landed right on the edge of the corrugated roof of the chook pens, and it died.
All my mates and that, we used to roll up the old bits of paper, you know, the Sun or the Herald or whatever it was, put rubber bands on it, and then get out in the street and kick it up and down the street. Couldn't afford a footy, of course.
Dad one day came home, he had 2 brand new footies out in the backyard, and I used to take it to bed with me and just smell it, just the leather. And when it got worn or you kick around, you get the nugget out and polish it up again.
Oh, playing sort of with a rolled up bit of newspaper or a sock or something in the backyard. I'd played sort of probably 300 games by the time I was about 9.
Like any kids, just in the bedroom. Like 3 of us slept in one room, and we just used to open the door up and get the socks, wind up the socks, and have shots for goal on the tight angles and all that type of stuff.
Be always Neil, be always wanting. If I kicked a couple of crooked ones, he said, "That's it for the session." I said, "No, it isn't, son. You get back out there, and I'll tell you when we're finished." We used to hit the sack about 8:30, 9 o'clock at night, and Mum would always wake us up around about 11:30 to watch the replay, the black and white replay on the ABC.
I'm sure the kids do it today. They run around and you know, they've got their own, you know, it'll be Nathan Buckley, you know, spins out of the pack, lines it up from 60 metres and bangs through another one.
The 2 youngest played me. We played football every day.
We used to roll the footy up on the tiled roof, and it used to just sort of float back down again, rattle back down on the tiles, and it hit the guttering, and it'd spring up in the air. So it sort of gave us a great ball to be flying for speckies.
Dad had some hedges, so I'd sort of leap into the hedge and practice my marking against the hedge.
And this big bloke just absolutely creamed me, and just remember getting up with a mouthful of dirt, and I just loved it. It was great.
But inevitably it'd always end up in a fight. First 15 minutes, get the first quarter over and done with, and there was a fight for sure. One of us would be inside trying to tell Mum that one had belted the other.
Yeah, well, that's right. What happens in the backyard stays in the backyard.
And I said, "Oh, Dad, look, there's this show on TV, you know, they've made up this game, but it looks a bit like Gaelic football." And Dad said, "Oh, no, that's a real game, and apparently that's what they play." So that was the first time I'd seen anything. And I only remember this guy taking a mark, as we'd call it, just catching the ball, and everyone started cheering. And I was thinking, well, you know, why cheer? He's only caught the ball like an our game, you had to actually do something with it.
Certainly my first memory was being a one-eyed Essendon supporter and growing up in a Collingwood area, West Heidelberg, and where everyone barracked for the Magpies except me, basically. And
my job every morning was running down to the butcher's and getting the meat. And doing that job, going down to the butcher's, you try to touch the veranda of a shop, you know, and each year you seem to be a bit better. And I can remember seeing Dick Lee. He was champion forward for Collingwood. There was nobody better in the league, even today.
I remember sneaking out from school and driving up to Windy Hill with a bloke who didn't have his licence and I didn't have mine. Nicked off from school, went up and watched Carlton play Essendon at Windy Hill, a sellout, and we sat up a tree.
Dad used to put me on his shoulders, right opposite this particular stand, and he had, in those days, all men would have a Stetson, the old Stetson, and a gabardine coat.
Everybody was anxious to get to the football match. In fact, as a kid, 12, I reckon I sold records down at the Jollimont there, where the tram got off. I finished work at 12 o'clock or thereabouts, and home and get your dinner and get to the football.
Probably 1980 actually, and my dad took me, had the Richmond duffel coat, number 3, Dale Waitman, had the badges and the clapper.
Oh, it was as exciting a thing as it ever happened in our lives. You know, I don't think too many of the country boys have been to the city too often, let alone to a game of footy. And the MCG was this huge building that we'd all seen on television. And to wander in there was unbelievable, the dark, grey concrete underbelly of the ground, and you just wander around and you get soaked up in the atmosphere. I remember it being pretty cold.
I lost the people I went there with, and they were being my, I suppose, guardians for the day. Because they walked in and went to get their seats. I've walked in, and as soon as I started to walk down the steps, I looked at the enormity of the ground and the colours, and I just stopped and gazed for about 2-3 minutes.
They had this huge presence, and you'd wander in and you just see so much grass and then so many people, and it was pretty, we were awestruck. I remember I was awestruck, and I think we sat down and didn't speak for probably the first quarter of a bit.
I just thought how to exist in the MCG with my dad, and a couple of pies and donuts.
We all got up into the stands and we watched what we thought was the greatest game of footy we'd ever seen.
Still got the job on Barry Hall. Big test for that young man.
Depends on how
Paul Salmon
40. Paul Salmon comes in.
It comes around. Did it come around enough? I think he has. He kicked the goal.
I was in that mad group of young people who'd run from one end of Windy Hill to the other, so I could be behind the goals where John Coleman was to be and play.
And I used to say I'd love to be out there because I could see the blokes crashing into each other. And that was the appeal of football to me in those days, was the reckless abandon that blokes ran into each other. They didn't care what happened to them.
I can remember having a kick after the game, that's about it. I thought it was a great thing to have a kick, but lost my footy, so I was pretty upset about it.
I actually almost believed it, because, back then I was taking a couple of screamers and almost believing they'd actually say, oh, that kid down there, he's a good player, that kid, maybe we should recruit him.
I remember running out in the ground with thousands of other people, and I can always recall EJ stand there on, it might have been a small stand, and he just held his hands up and he turned around and waved to everybody, and that was his last game of AFL football, and I'll never forget that. That was my first really remembrance, remembering my VFL footy.
I was always trying to be Jezza as a kid, and we'd all jump on each other trying to take the specking. We could talk the ball, we could fight, we could wrestle, we could just muck around and have a great time.
Our first memories were at school, getting there well before 9 o'clock, so you'd be picked in the team. And each day you'd have 20 kids, 30 kids, and 2 captains. They were grade 6 kids, they'd be the captains, and they'd just go you, and you. I was in about grade 3 or 4, and I'd be hoping to be picked.
My first game of football I ever went to see, Bernie Quinlan kicked 9 goals, and I was a Fitzroy supporter for life at that. And I right up until Alistair Lynch, who I idolised him, and then 2 years later got to play on him. So I was a big buzz, but I was always Bernie Quinlan and was a full forward in the backyard as well.
And I'd be Jack Dyer if I wanted to be rough. If I wanted to be super duper, I'd be Hayden Bunton.
Of course, there was Teddy Round, full back. He could kick a mile. Not only place kick from full back, he'd kick place, drop or punt.
Like Rick Davies, who was a big ruckman. He actually played a few games for Hawthorn, but I had his lace-up Guernsey in the big 24 on my back, so he was my hero. And if anyone ever said anything bad about him, I'd be filthy.
Mickey Collins always been a player that I've admired. Being a Fitzroy supporter, I used to love going and watch him barge through the packs, kick the goals, and get into it. And I suppose I've tried to do that every now and again when I play, and I like the physical side of the game because it reminds me of how Mickey played and the memories, the good memories I suppose I had as a kid going along and watching. And he was great to me. We used to go in the rooms after the game, and he always said hello, and he still does. Always
I can remember Jared Malloy as a young boy and his father passing him over the fence that they used to try and fence off all the supporters of actually coming into the changing rooms, and I have vivid memories of that.
I said to my father, "Which one's Graham Farmer?" Just as this man rose over the back of a pack and took the ball hand-posted 30 yards. I said, "I know which is Farmer, don't have to tell me."
Fons Kine was one of my fans because he lived up the road from me, and I used to watch him. It was Saturday going to the footy. I'd be standing at the front gate and he'd rub me on the head and say, "How are you?" And he knew who I was.
Louis Richards was one of my idols. Bobby Rose was another one. When I came to Richmond, Roy Wright, well, he won 2 Brownlow medals. He was our captain and was a fantastic player. Sometimes people like Roy Wright and Bobby Rose and Lou Richards get pushed into the background a bit because new stars come on and people forget how great some of these people were.
I didn't look at Dad as a hero, and obviously my hero as a kid was Peter Knights, and I liked the way Knightsy was as a kid you liked the high flyers and all that, and I mean, Dad to me wasn't a high flyer, but he knew how to use his backside, but yeah, Dad was Dad. He wasn't, a hero as far as footballing.
In those days during the war it was, you didn't go and, to Myers and buy a Collingwood Guernsey. You just put a red sash around the singlet or a blue sash and got Mum to stitch it on and away you went. That was your Guernsey for the day.
As kids, when you're playing footy, you're always in the backyard or down the park and you kick the goal to win the grand final. Well, I suppose I was only one game short. I kicked the goal to win the preliminary final.
I remember Royce Hart held the cup in the air after they won one of their flags, and that I went to bed after that dream and said, geez, that'd be tremendous to get that opportunity one day and to be able to do that.
And that was the realisation. Here's a guy, Ian Stewart, triple Brownlow medalist, even a kid that was 12 years old, knew who he was and what a legend he was, and he had the time of day to actually come and speak to me about that, and that was probably the time when I thought, well, gee, maybe I might be good enough to be able to go on if I really knuckle down and play some good football.
I played against Geelong College for Melbourne Grammar down at Geelong College in 1939, and after the match Reg Hickey came up to me and he asked me if I'd be interested in coming and play with Geelong. I didn't know what he was talking about.
We were walking to gym and he just said to me, oh, by the way, North Melbourne, Greg Miller rang up and they said they wanted to speak to you, and he said it so casually, I just couldn't believe the way he said it to me. I ran home and told all my friends and told my mum and everyone.
What gave me a great boost was when Bert Deacon and John Nichols came to our place, visited and said they were interested in me coming down. To be in the same room as those two legends, I thought it was just phenomenal, and I thought to myself, well, I guess I've got a bit of a chance, so I better have a go at it.
And I went down with about 4 or 5 players from the Riverina just to be trialled, and lo and behold, I was the only one that survived.
I'll never forget this fellow. I said to him one day, what do you think? And he said, Peter, he said, now whatever you do, he said, you go and don't waste any time. He said, you can always come back. But he said, you'll probably regret for the rest of your life if you don't.
I was not invited, I must say this. I was not invited, but I went down to the South Melbourne people and told them that I was ready to get their club back on track.
In those days it was very strictly territorial,
And I wanted to play with Melbourne, of course, after the Rule experience, but St Kilda came and said, you know, you belong to St Kilda, so you... And I said to Dad, I wonder if I could stay with the woman over the road for 6 weeks and qualify as a Melbourne player.
Mum said, what have you been up to, Billy? And I just said, why? She said, well, there's 3 policemen coming down the drive. I said, I've done nothing wrong. And 4 big fellas, that old Buick car, pulled up Unmade Road. They pulled up outside my house and to our house and turned Mum to go to the door and said, yes, he's inside. So I came in and asked me to sign a Form 4, and duly I did.
Ron Cook was so persistent. I rang him up. I know he was holidaying down at Rosebud or Macrae or somewhere like that. And I rang him up and said, look, Ron, I've made up my mind. I'm not going to come to Victoria this year. I'm going to have another year in Tassie and then I'll think about it next year. And that afternoon, he's in a suit walking up the driveway of my house in Tassie. So he'd obviously got out of his holiday gear and got dressed up and came to Tassie that afternoon. And I thought, well, there's only one way I'm going to shake this guy, and that is to go to Hawthorn.
There was 10 of us to choose from, and I was driving home from uni at the time, and I heard that Geelong had picked up Tim McGrath with their #1 draft pick. They'd redrafted Gary Phillips, and I thought then for a moment that if I don't get my name read out here, I'll have to go back to Leopold, because the under-19s were then changed to under-18s. So I thought my career was this next person's name, and they read mine out, and I nearly drove off the road.
I remember that Dad did this great deal. He thought it was really good, but I remember the guys who signed me up, Bo Wallace and Brian Coleman went down as well. Walked out of my dad's place absolutely blind.
I was a reluctant recruit early. I didn't come down for some time till Mum and Dad negotiated my extensive contract, which was about 2 Polaco shirts and about $20 in my phone account.
Certainly there were no big bucks in those days. I can remember, I think in the first pay night that we had down here, one of the blokes received his paycheck or his pay slip, and he found out he owed the club money.
I didn't know who Graham Richmond was, but Graham had the talent scout down here and he came down to have a look at me play. And he came down on a Saturday and we were rostered to play on the Sunday, so he didn't actually see me play, but took notice of the talent scout, left the Form 4, and I posted it back about a week later, and I went over the following year. And I wrote to Graham and I said, would you send me some clothes? And he wrote back and said, I'll give you 6 shirts and a suit, and that's what I got.
In those days, you had to go home if you hadn't got the clearance for 2 weeks. Anyway, we finished up getting the clearance, and the Geelong Football Club, in their magnificent fashion, gave me a Gladstone bag with my initials on it and a £10 note. I've still got both of them, to be truthful.
All your life as a junior, you've been growing up, you've always wanted to play AFL footy, and hopefully that opportunity can come soon.
#1 pick there is Desi Headland. We'll have a look at him action for Subiaco. Despite injury problems, did extremely well this year with Subiaco and finished 6th in the best and fairest, Kevin, and a player with a real touch of class.
Yeah, at the moment I'm very confused. I'm not sure what to think or how it's going to be or anything. So.
I'd like to get with a club that I think I could be of use to, rather than be with a club that's been on top. That's the type of club that I'm looking for. I haven't picked anyone in particular.
We didn't really have a good ruckman. He said, well, we'll get one. I said, well, there's only one, Farmer. So we rang him up on the phone from over in that little office there.
People like Bob Davis who will promise you the world, and
as all good salesmen or con men do. I mean, what they promise is not necessarily what you get.
I said, how much? He said £1,000 a year. £1,000 was like $1 million it was then, you know. I said, oh, yeah, it'll be all right. We shake hands on it, he said, yeah.
Bob Davis, of course, was the greatest charmer and bullshitter of all time.
And I said, well, you just tell me what he wants and it'll be all right. I mean, I used to make the most outlandish promises to him. It didn't matter what it was, you know, whatever they wanted.
I can vividly remember Bobby Davis picking me up at the airport and driving me down to, with my wife-to-be, Wendy, to Geelong, and as we're driving through, he said, now your wife's a swimming coach, isn't she? Yeah, he said, well, we've got the new swimming pool coming in there and she can have the contract. And not a problem, you know, Bobby, not a worry. And so, okay, that's right. To this day, they haven't even built the bloody swimming pool.
Well, the Calder law was a law that effectively meant that that all players were equal, that all players got the same amount of money. It was to try and keep wages down, costs down.
Well, the Calder law meant that you weren't allowed to pay anyone.
The presidents of my club here and the president, Jack Jennings at Geelong, had done a deal. Some money passed hands. To this day, I don't know how much it was.
I think we gave him 6,000 or something. It was unheard of.
Like everything else, it just gets out of proportion. And so the other clubs in Victoria were really cross about it. So they held an inquiry. Eric McCutcheon was running it at the time and Sir Kenneth Luke. And it was bigger than Ben Hur. I mean, it was unbelievable, this charade of... I mean, they were all doing it, but this was the one that was the most money, and I'd been promised the most money, and so they thought it's about time they dredged out this archaic law. I think there's only one other bloke that was ever challenged on, and that was Hayden Button Senior, who won 3 Brownlow medals, by the way.
Eric, there's Dennis Marshall's clearance. Eric said, and there's something for you, Jack. And they opened it up and we all have to appear before we've broken the Calder law and he wasn't allowed to play, and we heard, oh, there's a terrible to do about it. It was a big thing for 2 or 3 weeks, you know.
Well, I picked out St Kilda, I picked out Carlton and I picked out the Western Bulldogs. I wrote them each a letter.
1,000 kids put their hand up last year to say I'm good enough to play AFL footy and registered for the draft. Of that 1,000, 90 odd, less than 100 were selected, and we know that somewhere between 18 and 22 are actually going to have a career in it.
Over in the letter I just stated, you know, I'd pay my own way, I'd come over. All you had to do was just give me the date, when to be at training, the time, and I'd be there.
I mean, the pressures are on because there's somebody else coming behind you that maybe has the same talent you, is better committed or chosen his parents a little better or something of the sort, and allows them to survive.
Didn't have a lot of money. I had just enough money to pay for my rent, just enough money for food. And enough money because where I was staying I needed to get to and from training, so I bought an old car for about $600.
And John Beveridge spoke to me for about probably 5 minutes at the draft camp, where everyone speaks. It's a bit like a meat market.
I love this AFL draft camp. All the players go along and they measure this and they measure that, and they get all these statistics at the draft. They rack it up. This guy's the strongest. This guy's the quickest, and they do character trait, personality assessments. And you just wonder about some of the players. Like I've known Mark Williams for ages, and I wonder how he would have gone through the psychological assessment. I mean, he was that driven, he was that crazy, you just wonder whether he would have passed.
I guess it's pretty much a meat market, I guess. You mean, you put yourself in there to hopefully go somewhere, and they just, come and take whoever they want, and it's bad luck if you get picked by West Coast or something, you've got to go.
Championships last year in Darwin, which really set a stamp on Des Headland as an outstanding potential AFL player.
Round 1, selection number 1, Brisbane Lions. Player 4195, Des Headland, Subiaco.
If you're a talented young player, you could end up in 16 different places.
The next thing I hear him say was my name and the club I came for, and I was sort of in a bit of shock for about 10 minutes. I didn't know what to think.
3287, James Begley stood.
All of a sudden I'm supposed to be a St Kilda player, and yet I've just been sitting there and they've told me that I've been drafted by St Kilda. It didn't mean much to me, and then to get up and have to be interviewed by Sandy Roberts,
hey, James,
and be passionate about St Kilda, it was a pretty difficult thing. So I was pretty nervous this morning coming here and sort of had a bit of a wait this morning, but now that it's over, sort of can look forward now to the future.
There was a group of us that left with Kernahan and Platten and Motley, etc. I mean, we left at the age of 22, so it's pretty old, really, when you think about the kids now that are getting drafted. I feel sorry in some ways for the young guys now because there's so much pressure on them at the age of 18. And
you talk to a lot of the 18 and 19-year-olds now, or 17, 18, 19-year-olds that get drafted, they feel that they've only got 2 years to make it, otherwise they're on the scrap heap. And I think it's a very unfair system that we have created.
For me, I was very fortunate and very grateful that I was able to stay in my own hometown with my family and all my friends and all the people I grew up with and play footy at the highest level. It was just a start that you'd love.
I mean, I wanted to get to Collingwood. I think Brisbane had picked me up on a priority draft that they used to have. They used to be able to put a list of 60 players on it. I think I was just one that I didn't have to. They didn't need my authority. They just put me on the list.
It's called a working holiday. If you want to, travel around Australia, you got to pick your clubs you want to go to. And I've been lucky enough to pick a couple to travel around Australia, I suppose. I've been to Melbourne, Queensland, and West Australia. So I've only got to go to Adelaide, and I'll be fine after that.
I entered in the draft, and I was sitting around waiting, and just starting to get a little bit worried, thinking about what a couple of the boys had said, and I got the phone call about 11 o'clock in the morning, so I'm on the list, and I was pretty happy.
If a trade was agreed to between Brisbane and the club of my choice at the end of '93, then I could move on, and that's basically what happened with Collingwood, and I got here. But I mean, I know some of it, I don't know all of it, and I'd like to meet the bloke that knows all of what happened one day, so he could let me know.
The obvious question, how do you feel?
Yeah, it feels great. Would have been nice to stay in Perth, but Brisbane's a good club. Just take it as it comes now.
To make a decision to give something up, and I think that's life. Sometimes you've got to make decisions. What are you going to give up to get a bigger benefit from something else?
It would have been great to be able to go and play cricket and do a bit of travelling and come back and play a bit of footy. Unfortunately for me, it didn't work out that way, but I'm not complaining. 3 people from the New York Jets to come over and try and get me over there just to see how I'd go. And they didn't understand how big AFL footy was. They didn't, I was in a contract. And they tried to say, okay, we can guarantee you $1 million if you come over and make it. It was too much to give up just to go over there and give it a go. So I always said, okay, I'm going to put that on the back burner and we'll worry about that later.
And played a good basketball game as well. And Dad said, well, you're at the age now where you've got to decide what do you want to do. And I remember that driving home in the car and then my gut feeling was football.
I really got homesick a hell of a lot. And at one stage, I think in 1990, 91, wanted to go home and spoke to the club and they said, no, you're under contract, you're staying. So I'm glad that they were pretty strong on that now.
On a Friday night after footy training, if we weren't playing, I'd get in the car and I'd drive 8 hours to Canberra during the night, and so I could have 1 or 2 days there with my friends and family and get back in the car on the Sunday morning and drive all the way back again. That's how homesick I was when I first got there, and that went on probably through every chance I got. I did that.
You know, after you come away from the country, it takes a long time to get out of your system. You never get it out of your system.
At that stage, no one had ever done it. Gone direct from the Northern Territory to the VFL, and I guess I was a guinea pig. And at the time, I didn't realise how big the move was until I got to Melbourne, and you know, the change of weather, the lifestyle, the hard training, racism as well. I copped that from day one, even from my own teammates.
Living up here in the unit by myself, and I had no idea, couldn't look after myself, couldn't eat properly, and I didn't really know what was expected, you know.
Being away from the family made it was very hard, you know, because obviously coming from a big family, and with a lot of original players, I reckon that plays a big part.
It didn't hit me that I was leaving my state until clicking your seatbelt in, about to take off, and I remember almost getting a panic attack of what it meant, you know, leaving your friends behind and that sort of thing. So I remember sort of panicking. I was on the plane thinking, no, I don't have to do this. Why am I doing this to myself? You know, I don't have to be a footballer. Why am I going to put myself through this?
Mum and Dad will hate this, but I guess it's been away from home, been on my own for a while. It's quite good.
It was my first training session today, so I see how I go in the gym. Yeah, I'm really excited, but also shitting myself as well, so let's see how I go.
I couldn't believe it when I first walked in the door of the change rooms. Crackers Keenan was there to meet me, and Cracker said, "What are you doing here, son? You've had one crack at it. Do you realise you're not good enough to make it?"
As I said before, I didn't really want to be here because, you know, Collingwood supporter. Walked in, and the first initial handshake was from a guy called Peter Crimmins. At the time he was captain, and he introduced himself to me. I was sort of standing in the gym waiting for someone to pick me up, whatever.
Yeah, it was quite difficult actually, because I had to squeeze into number 4, and that was between Mark Bairstow and Gary Ablett, so I was a bit shy to go and put my boots in my locker.
It's the first player profile I've ever filled out, and I'm about halfway finished mine, and I look over to Gaz's, and he's stuck on nickname. So he's got name, Gary Ablett, date of birth, whatever it was, nickname. And he looked over to me and he said, "What's my nickname? What do you call me?" And I said, "Well, you got Gazza and Superman and, you know, God and all these names I come up with." No, all right, I think I'll leave that.
John Kenny at the same time was my principal at school, the Swinburne Tech, so in the day I used to get the strap from John. At night I used to get the lap, so, you know.
Oh, I suppose I was overawed by it all, you know. I didn't really want to say too much. I was a young kid, 19, raw, from Tasmania, country boy I suppose. Had 2 heads.
Because what you do when you're young, you don't think you belong there. You think, hang on, these guys are something special. They're really out there and I'm here.
And walked into the locker room, and my locker's next to Jock McHale, the great Jock McHale himself. And I didn't know what to say to him or anything, you know. I was virtually shaking all over, and he said something to me, and he used to grunt a bit.
I didn't last very long. I only lasted about a week, because not many of them would talk to me. So I left and went back to Braybrook. I said, "I'm not copping this crap. I'm getting out of here."
And opposite me were the lockers of Jack Regan and Marcus Whelan, Harry Collar, and all some of the great names. I thought to myself, what the bloody hell am I doing here?
So what I did as the years unfolded in my time at Footscray, any young kid walked in, I walked up and said, "How you going, son? My name's Dougie, how you going? Welcome to the club."
I walk into the club and the first player I see is Doug Hawkins, and he's put his arm around me and said, "Doug Hawkins, you know, Michael McLean, I remember this name. This is the bloke, geez, he's big," and he's put his arm around me and said, "How you going, brother? I'll look after you," and I was wrapped.
And honestly, when I was a kid of 16, I never seen a big man naked. When I went down and saw him in a training room, we got down there, well, they're all walking around, and I thought to myself, what have I walked into?
But the funny part, he used to come in and used to have a community bath. There were about 14 guys in it, all splashing hot water. And then you come out and have a rub down and make sure you had the eucalyptus on you when you're going home in the train, so everybody knew that you were a player.
I arrived there for pre-season, the start of pre-season, and you know, there'd been talk about me being on the money and all that sort of stuff. And anyway, I was sitting in the change rooms, and Ronnie came in, who's our property steward, and said, "Right, boys, you have to pay $40 to play for footies." Yeah, no worries. And then Gary stood up and said, "Boys, if you're struggling, ask Whitey, he'll pay for it." So that was It was a good welcome to the club.
And so that meant I had to go and join these players like the Lords and the Farmers. And I can remember deliberately waiting till basically they would be on the training track, and I got there at 5 o'clock rather than 4 o'clock, so that they were all out there and I could sort of sneak my way out on the ground. And
you spoke to me tonight and this sort of thing. It's quite embarrassing when you think about it now. And, yeah, Gazza called me Lurkers tonight, or he called me Pickers too, and this sort of things. It was like you were sort of being accepted, that Gazza knew who you were. And
we got a letter from the club: bring your togs, be prepared for your opening night of training, March the 13th. How would you be today?
One of my most vivid memories, actually, because my first night down at North Melbourne was Ron Barassi's first night, and he brought along with him, obviously, with that defunct 10-year rule, Barry Davis, Doug Wade, John Rantel. Barry Kay wasn't actually playing that year, but he'd come over for training on the night, and that sort of thing. And to see these players and be getting changed with these players and being in the same rooms as Ron Barassi was, pretty special thing, really.
Yeah, well, I walked in and I think probably the first guy I shook hands with was Glenn Jakovich, and he was a big fella, and I was weighing something like 77 kilos, being a little tacker, and I had to look up at him, and I was in awe, there was him, and there was Dean Kemp and Brett Heady first come up to me, and they were making jokes, and I was just wondering what I was in for.
And you look around the room and there's Merv Nagle and Glenn Hawker and Tim Watson and Simon Madden, and the list goes on, and thinking, wow, I'm a small fish here, and pardon the pun.
Yeah, just guys training. I met a nod one over the pre-season, and someone would say, oh, that's so-and-so driving down the road there. Oh, yeah, fair enough, who's he?
We did a time trial. It's probably one of the scars that still exists with me in time trials to this day. But I ran around and I was a distant second last. The bloke I beat was Justin Madden, and who was a bearded 18-year-old, and he was a monster. This guy was 6'9", he's 3 inches taller than me, and I wasn't used to this. So that was intimidating itself. But we sat down on a log fence surrounding the oval after the run, and he introduced himself, which was good of him. He said, how'd you go? And I said, nothing flash, I think I beat you.
I was going in, it was Mark Lee when we were in Ireland and Dublin. And I went, I was pressing the button because I was going up to meet Robin Flair and Jared Healy. And the lift opened and I was about to go in, and then this monster, I thought the monster just walked out of the lift, and I just went, and he looked real mean, and he was a big puss on him, and I just went, oh my God, who's that? And then I noticed he had a tracksuit on. I thought, gee, that must be one of the players. And then I suddenly clicked, my God, I'm going to be playing against these guys. And I really got scared. I thought, I couldn't play against a guy that big, and he'd kill me.
He had a bit of a joke and said, how tall are you, man? I said, I'm 6'6". He said, how old? I said, I'm 15. He said, phew. He said, I'll tell you what, I'll give you the tip. He said, mind you, the kid's 18 years old, but to me he was like a seasoned veteran, 3 years difference at 15, that's a lot. And he said, I'll give you the tip. He said, you're going to end up being about my height. He said, so don't worry about marking. I don't expect you to be able to mark. He said, don't worry about being able to run. Don't worry about your time trials. He said, don't expect to be able to run. He said, can you kick? I said, I'm not bad. He said, don't worry about it. It doesn't matter. He said, you don't have to be able to kick either. He said, it's height. He said, just plod around the ground and get a few taps and everyone's happy, all right? I'm talking like the old wise man. I thought to myself, one of us is going to make it. The other one's stuffed. And it looks all like both of us are going to play 300 games on totally opposite philosophies in football.
I remember Robert Solon saying to me, son, at our jumper presentation, my first one, he says, it's a privilege to wear this jumper, it's not your right, so make it count.
Gee, I was proud of that Guernsey, and I wore it for many, many years, and at number 3, it did a lot for me.
told the boot starters left my boots back at the club, and I then proceeded to get a 5-minute lecture in front of all the other players, my first night at the club, from the Messiah, Ron Barassi, about looking after my own gear, and if I was going to play league football I had to be better, more professional than that, and 5-minute lecture went on, so I really remember the night, and to that day I never ever gave my boots to the boot starter again.
We've been wanting to win without all that, and I think you may become a bit like modern society, a bit bloody soft and spoilt.
And their old man would naturally, I'll have a word with the coach, and with a few adjectives, Norm would always tell them that your son can be all right, you can look after him all his life, except when he's down here playing football. I'm his father when he's playing football, out.
Norm Smith's words always rang pretty clear and true in my thoughts. Be humble in victory and
gracious in defeat, and I always try to be that. I mean, I think the humble in victory's the easier one. Gracious in defeat, just to shut up.
Coaching is a wonderful exercise in human behaviour, I can assure you that.
He's knocked on the door and Yabby's opened it up. And anyone who hasn't been drinking would have been able to smell the alcohol and dip his breath. He said, "Come in, son, come in." So, "I want to speak to you." "Yeah, come in, come in." And Yabby could smell the alcohol. So being the ex-policeman...
He opens the door and switches the light on, shuts the door, and next thing he grabs me, throws me against the wall and spreads my legs around and puts my arm up the back end.
"Listen, Dipper, don't you ever embarrass me. Don't you ever come in here like this again. Sit down."
You've just disgraced your football club, yourself, and all your teammates, and this, that, and the other. And I've gone, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Just started crying, huh?
A bit of a weep to himself, feeling a bit sorry for him because he thought it was going to be the opposite way. So Dipper sits down, and Yabby said, "Look, mate, I'm sick and tired of you. You're making all the excuses. Have a look at you. Have a look at how much body weight you're carrying." And I really gave it to him. He said, "Get home, get in here tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock and we'll have a discussion. You're disgraceful." Out he goes, tail between his legs.
I mean, I reckon I'll echo the sentiments of many, many players saying that Tommy was the man who probably created the adage, "We've just got one more drill, boys."
Sometimes you can ball players out. Others you just can't do that. I was very hard on some players, I know that, because I felt that they would be the perfect example. And Kevin Sheedy was one. I've even apologised to Kevin over the years where I would be very down on him just to use him as the example for the rest of the 40-odd, 50 players there.
Okay, so I'm a plumber. And we'd be in the trenches, we're lifting, cast iron pipes or 4-inch galvanised pipes, or, you're digging trenches and all that. So, I mean, by the time you get the hayfield, you're just absolutely, buggered. And then out comes Tom, footy time, and you think, gee, couldn't he give the accountants a bit more?
And Mick he was a new sheriff in town. He just put, the law was there, and he said, if you broke the rules, you're out. I tested him. Butchie Edwards and myself tested him. We played a game in WA and I tested him. He said, "Right, boys, no more drinking on this plane back from WA." So me and Butchie had a few drinks. As we were getting off, he said, "Set the alarm clock, fellas, you'll be in the twos next week." And we were.
I think the most difficult part of coaching is to be able to relate or to communicate with your players, and you only can communicate if you've got empathy with them and understand it. And I suppose because I was an ordinary player myself, I realised how difficult it was.
That's one of the great things of Alan Jeans, who obviously coached at Hawthorn, but he was able to retire players and they still liked him. I've never had that ability. Most of the players I've retired still blame me personally.
I remember going in David Parkin's office actually, because David was a great influence on my career. Even though he didn't pick me most of the time, he was a great influence on my career. And I remember saying to him that, "David, I think I'm really trying my hardest, and I think I'll probably have to go somewhere else to get more chances." And he sort of said to me, "Yeah, I think you've just saved me a phone call."
So that I can't have an in-depth conversation with every one of my forward players, every week. But we've got to make sure that someone from the coaching staff does.
I mean, obviously it is hard for a coach to try to take 40 players under his wing or whatever, but I guess you sometimes feel it would have been nice to have just been sort of pulled aside and had told that you were sort of worthy of something.
Possibly the most
the most disappointing thing at the time was the lack of communication from coaches.
You know, it's better that he said something than not say anything at all. I think that's the worst way to berate a player, when you just know there's something wrong but they won't say anything.
When he gives you a spray, it's better than him not talking to you at all, because you would rather get feedback. Sometimes the feedback is a little loud and has a lot of verbs and nouns in it that you can't pronounce, and sometimes his eyes can nearly hit you.
And Normie Dares just give me an absolute shellacking, and that was it. I come home and I just didn't want to play anymore. That was, I said to Dad, I said, "Oh, they can go to hell. I'm not playing anymore." I copped a pace and had a bad day, and as a result, had a bad week.
And you soon realise that you do not answer the coach back. Doesn't matter what he says to you, but with Rocket, if he gives you a spray and you're not happy about it, you wait until after training, and he's quite happy to talk to you about it. But Rocket, I've seen guys answer him back after a spray, and I'm telling you now, it's the last thing you want to do, because he would tear shreds off you. And I've seen many a grown man cry.
A little bit of common sense goes a long way, and if you have nothing good to say about a player, don't say anything at all. And it's quite easy to tell a player what he has to do to succeed, and instead of just saying he's no good, because saying he's no good doesn't help him. Telling him what he has got to do to succeed gives him an opportunity to succeed.
Robert Shaw, one day, I don't know what it was over. Anyway, he said, "I want to see you in the office." So he grabbed me and threw him in the office, and he wanted to fight me. He put up the fist and wanted to fight me. And I'm saying, "Settle down, what's going on here?" You know, and yeah, that was a bit of a shock to the system. The coach wants to fight me.
Yeah, I was a fiery coach and confrontational, and I think after a while my style would be very wearing. That's why I used to move from club to club.
And I never made the mistake again of being first into the huddle, by the way, but I was first in the huddle and he screamed at me from about 30 metres that I was still a schoolboy playing schoolboy football, and that I should take my school football jumper off and get in the real world.
Bloody right! Daryl, you are a I'll tell you why. You've got the bloody football game beaten. You've come down here not concentrated. The ball goes out towards the Carlton small man. You stay back with your man. You could have got to the Carlton small man, but I know I'm going to protect myself.
There's no worse figure to confront than a rampant Ron Barassi at half-time when things have gone awry, and, you know, I think it's part of footballing folklore, it's legendary that, you know, the verbal tirades that he's handed out, and the tongue lashings, and employing the most colourful language.
I've always wanted to tell Ron Barassi to get stuffed, but I haven't been able to do that.
I think that coaches have to be prepared to at least acknowledge that they would be prepared to do what they're asking players to do.
One thing about John, I mean, he just had the utmost respect of everyone, because all the training that I spoke about, the running and the build-ups, he did it.
Wolsey was coach, and I absolutely shit myself, to tell you the truth. Wolsey was straight down the line, no sideway movements with Wolsey. He was terrific, and to tell you the truth, has been one of the best influences on my football career.
I had a coach in Ron Barassi who I just idolised. I just thought the world of him. He said jump, we said how high, and basically we were terrified of him. He was the boss. He was a playing coach when I started. I can remember one day I shared ruck roving with him, and I missed his call. And he just absolutely humiliated me out in the middle of the ground, and I just wanted to die. He just went right off his head. But look, you never knew what he was going to do. He'd upend a trestle of drinks at half-time. You'd come in for a drink and he'd just tip the whole table over. I saw him grab players by the throat and slam them into lockers. He would get players on a Sunday morning who turned up a little bit late, and he'd just get the boys to form a circle, put the offending player in the middle of the circle, and then tell the world what a lousy bloke he was.
It's one thing about football that you can never underestimate. No matter where you go or what you do on the training track or on the football field, it can never be predictable. Whether you like it or not, there's some things that you have to do that you don't want to do, and there's other things that you want to do that you can't do.
I've seen some fairly bizarre things in footy, but the Shane Stremple incident was an amazing incident, because I've never actually seen a guy put through that much of a
a session.
His application to his training was nowhere near what was required. I don't think he looked after himself with what he ate and drank, and we were starting to get a group of players who were doing the right thing. So I was angry with him because he was just not giving to his teammates. I felt he was letting his teammates down. And this happened for quite a while, and in the end I had a gutful.
I think Wolsey liked to think he was tough and fair, but sometimes he used to go over the top.
And I thought, well, I knew the players were dirty on him, I was dirty on him, and I thought, well, I think it's time we got a little bit back on him.
Robert Walls has called the players in and said, jog a lap. Told one of the guys to grab the bag of boxing gloves, meet you across the other side of the oval. I thought, what's going on here? I twigged a little bit, the boxing gloves. I thought I was going to have a bit of a session here.
This certain night, there was 8 blokes picked out to basically teach young Stremple a lesson.
We pulled the boxing gloves out and we made a big circle and we put Stremple in the middle of the circle and we let him go around with one player and then drop that player out, and then we put another player in to go another round. And
what do? I mean, you're 21, senior coach tells you to do something, so you have to do it. You have to follow what the coach says.
I remember the first couple of guys have come out, and Shane wasn't too bad. He was about 6'5", and he's throwing a few and he's looking all right.
Non-stop, no break in between, and each round was against a newer, bigger, fitter, stronger opponent.
Matty Kennedy was another one as well. He was in here, and if anyone's seen Matty box, in even 1 minute with Matty would be enough for one bloke.
Okay, you've got 3 minutes with him in the ring, and basically in a ring. It was just a round circle, all the players just there, and the players were encouraging Matty Kennedy on, because it was sort of like, well, for every hit that you hit him, Matty, well, that's one saying, well, you shouldn't have had that drink.
Hollywood didn't like this bloke at all, Hollywood O'Brien, and he went in there full bore and tried to give him as much pain as he could, and you really started to feel sorry for him and thought maybe it was a little bit overdone.
Next 2 minutes round, next up.
Just see everyone's face change. Like, the longer it went on, the less the people wanted to step in. They realised enough was enough, but obviously the person in charge didn't.
Poor Stremple had copped a fair bit, and he was having trouble keeping his arms up, even protecting himself at this stage.
Just one at a time, they've just gone through him, just absolutely hammered him. He had his teeth were getting chipped off, and he had saliva going everywhere and a little bit of claret.
I think the players felt he got what he deserved, and that was a bit of a belting.
I can recall Brad Hardy walking over to him. He was the last one to go, and said, "Rob, you've got to call it off because you'll kill the boy."
And it was mainly done to let him know that, hey, you are letting us down. We don't respect what you're doing, and maybe you are only going to learn the hard way. I don't know if it had an effect on him.
Well, what I learned from that, I lost all respect for Robert Walls as a person, as a coach. Thought, well, stuff you, Wallsy, and he obviously wasn't going to get the best out of me after that incident.
I used to look to the heavens and say, "Dear Lord, let me live long enough to see all you blokes go coaching," just to understand how difficult it is to try and get 20 blokes over the line on a Saturday afternoon.
year 12 when I got to Essendon. I was a 16-year-old and was fairly shy, so the girls weren't really an issue at that stage. But then you do get to an AFL club, girls standing at the front of training, asking for your autograph and a few other things.
It's a funny one, I reckon, because somehow blokes do get better looking. I'm not saying that I did, but there's some ugly blokes getting around, getting some good girls hanging off their arms.
Oh, definitely. I've obviously seen the changes, of even girls, coming up to Adam Houlihan and Jason Snell. I'm like, I don't mean pretty ugly blokes, but they do all right.
Yeah, that was the funny thing at school. I was never really that popular, and all of a sudden you come up here and there's all these girls, sort of writing letters to you and stuff. It was a bit strange.
Not just females, it might be males that come up and say, I really like what you do and I admire the way you play. And girls come up and, they might, just say, oh, would you like to go out? Would you like to give me a call? They virtually proposition you there on the spot.
Just having it with my wife, what do you think of her? Do I do all right or what? I must have the same thing about my wife. Oh yeah. My mum chased Serge for years. Years.
There's always one bloke in the squad that's got that happy knack with the girls.
A girl comes up and sometimes act a little bit of a fool and to sort of impress the boys and go along with the whole situation. Whereas if you're by yourself, I'd be too shit scared to talk to a girl, to tell you the truth.
A lot of AFL players, I suppose, probably expect a little bit too much, I think, from the girls at times.
You've got the one guy, and he's basically the lure. The boys chuck him out and see what he drags back in, and then there's always that show-off image thing that can sometimes build up, and recently it's reared its head, and it can become probably a little bit. It can get over the top.
We train so hard all year round, and we've got that month off, and I think a few of the boys just love to, because we're overseas, no one knows you, but it does sometimes come back to bite you on the bum, and last few instances it has.
Players got to understand if they really want to enjoy the benefits of playing AFL football, both on and off the footy field, they got to realise there's a high level of responsibility that comes with it.
I could have had more consideration from my wife Nancy and come home early sometime instead of going to the last train home. That's nothing to be proud of, but that happens when you're involved with teammates.
Yeah, I guess there's always a bit of pressure, early on, especially when you want to fit in with the other guys and be well liked, that, you just do everything that they do. And, it's up to yourself whether you want to, go overboard and maybe do some of the stuff that they do that you normally wouldn't do.
He was an enormous talent, Darren Wilden, and we were an emerging team, and we just felt he could really help us, but, he did party pretty hard off the field.
Maybe went overboard, staying out till 7 a.m. in the morning and stuff, but, I should have got home by 5 maybe.
Players have to learn that the performance doesn't necessarily have to be off the field, it's more so, it's got to be on the field.
I think about it now, if only I knew what I knew when I was playing football now, I would have changed a hell of a lot of things. I probably wouldn't have went out as much, and we trained a bit better and worked on my deficiencies in my game. But, I suppose that's in the past now, I can't change a thing.
So many players, at the end of their career, they've always got to ask themselves one question. Did I achieve the things I should have achieved with the amount of ability I've been blessed with? Unless you can say yes, you'll end up being a frustrated person, because deep in your heart you've always got to say to yourself, that little nagging question will be there. I wonder how good I really could have been if I gave myself that real chance in preparation and planning and endeavour.
Behind it. Keep working, Jesse. Come on, no, keep work, Nico.
I think this is a bloody weight session.
20 seconds. 20 extra away.
I don't think it's going to be this hard. Back home was pretty easy. Well, it's a big step.
They had all these 400-metre runs set up and 200, and I think I won the first 400 metre by about 100 metres, and then the next 10 lost, the next 9 lost by about 300 metres. So I went out like a bull at a gate, and it slowed up very quickly.
We had to run 10 400s in sub 70, and I'll never forget that night. I ran the first 3 or 4 and I thought I was just going to die. And luckily they let us have a bit of a walk around after that, but I had muscles up my buttocks that I never knew they even existed.
We had the annual general meeting later that night. Well, I've done the 5K, nearly passed out in the change rooms and was throwing up all night and wasn't able to go to the AGMs.
The first pre-season you had guys just so willing to make it, you know, that they would do anything, and you see guys spewing and stuff like that, and even though, you know, you don't wish that on anyone, it's sort of, it's a good learning experience to see how much these guys wanted to do it.
I remember my first pre-season after weights. I was driving home after our first weight session, and I started to get a bit crooked driving down St Kilda Road. I was trying to hold on. I was driving threw up all over my steering wheel whilst driving. I had to pull over into the town and have a little bit of a chuck under a tree. All the businessmen they were looking, had a bit of a laugh. So.
My first pre-season down there, and I was a tubby little kid from Canberra, and they asked me to run 15 kilometres straight up Mount Buller, and I think I ran second last, and I think I beat Earl Spalding.
I think it was a nice long 8k run down at the beach. I remember taking off. I think Plugger went before all of us because he was a bit slower at the time, and when I took off past him, I think he was a bit shocked at who's this bloody kid running past me here.
Some blokes are good at some things and some blokes are not quite as good, you know. I mean, I was never ever good at the running at all, but I wasn't too bad when the footies were out, wherein some other blokes struggle. I've seen it year after year. Blokes up the leading groups do running the 10Ks in phenomenal time and doing the sprint work and hardly blowing a candle out. Bring the footies out and they got lost. They just weren't to be found.
The existing players, you know, obviously don't like young guns turning up and trying to take their spot.
Tom used to take us to Percy Cerrites down to Portsea and met all the Richmond blokes, and they were nice when I first met them. And by the time practice match time came, they were pretty ugly.
He'd make the older player pick up the younger player. He said, "Right, a man, pick up Regan." And we're training in a match practice, and I would go down to pick the ball up, and next minute, bang, Regan elbowed me and broke me bloody nose. And he said, "Neil," he said, "keep your head up," he said. "Keep your head up." I said, "Thanks very much, Jack." Blood was pouring out of me nose.
I remember always sticking in my mind, I was at a function where Clifford Morris was one of our players. He said he comes down from Mount Waverley, Glen Waverley, as a snotty-nosed 17-year-old half-forward flanker. And what does he see when he gets out on the training track? The great Kevin Sheedy, the great Francis Burke, belting lumps off each other in the contesting. He immediately thinks that's what you've got to do.
And I believe that the training track is a test. And if you pass the test of your teammates and your peers out there, well, gee, look, this kid might be all right.
All of a sudden, Mickey Conlon got tackled by Rossi Thornton and got a free kick, and Mickey wasn't happy, and so he threw the ball at Rossi, and Rossi had a swing at him, and Mickey belted Rossi, and then Leon Harris ran in, I think, and Mickey belted Leon Harris, and then someone else ran in, and Mickey belted him as well, and all of a sudden, I'm a 16-year-old kid waiting to get put on the ground, and Mickey Conlon's going off his head. I'm thinking, Ballsy, don't put me on. Please don't put me on.
And just to be there as a schoolboy playing with men was a frightening experience.
It was a fairly torturous regime. I'd have to say I couldn't do much else in my life. Train and vomit and go home and sleep and wait for the next venture. And the joy of rising early in the morning and sprinting through the trees with a bag of sand on your back, it's something out of this world. And like even today, it takes a couple of years to get through that sort of physical preparation before you can play anywhere near the kind of footy that you have to play.
The hardest session I think we ever did was up here in Brisbane. Was think it was 111 100-metre sprints, before the end of the Christmas break. We did 100, and one of the boys had piped up, probably Hardy because he could run another 100, but Hardy's piped up and said West Coast did 111 or something, and we ended up doing 114.
I can remember one night after a loss, we couldn't train on the Punt Road Oval, so we went down to Albert Park, and the lights down there weren't too good, and I think we trained till about 7:30. We had our boots on and we were doing 440s and sprints and everything conceivable as far as pain was concerned. And in the end, about 7:30, we said, oh, thank heavens, that's over. And Tommy said, now we'll do a lap of Albert Park Lake on the concrete track round Albert Park Lake in our boots, nylon stops, which took us about an hour to get round.
And I thought that his intention was to train us until we couldn't train anymore. We spewed, blokes were walking off the track because they couldn't run anymore. And
we used to come to training on Tuesdays and Thursdays. It was training. Training consisted of doing a lap and having kicked the kick. And if you didn't feel I've had enough tonight, go in, righto.
And it was funny, after the wins, we'd train harder than the losses. And I remember we'd do things like, 12 200s to start training with boys, with a series of push-ups on the fingertips, boys, if you don't mind.
The phys ed and whatever they are nowadays, all those, they would die if they saw what happened, we'd send half the team home sloshed on Sunday morning, at 1 o'clock on Sundays they'd be...
Then we'd do a series of one-on-one competitive drills which would last an hour. Then we'd finish up with circle work, but it'd be circle work pressure cooker. And then we'd, if that wasn't enough, we'd get the weights out and do a session out on the field with about 50 dumbbells, and that'd be a session. We'd be out of here by 8:30, 8:45.
Not only the 10 for being late, not only the 10 for not winning. If you didn't make from point post around to the other point post, which is equivalent to probably 450 metres, in 80 seconds you did another 10. Blokes like Congo Razidi were doing 3400s on a Tuesday night. No wonder. They were just so exhausted. You got away with it at Carlton because you used the same strategies with us. If you win, light. If you lose, you get belted. Did the same thing at Carlton, but they had a sensational side. They won premierships. So, but us poor blokes down here, the battlers, we became good 400-metre runners though.
We used to do 8 laps, 4 sprints to a lap every night. That was John Kennedy's finish. Sprint down the wing, sprint across the goal, sprint down the wing, and a bit of recovery in between. I can remember this little foxy dog coming out and running amongst the legs, and he did a couple of laps, and I looked around. He'd fallen off the back behind both Graham and I, and he died. He'd had a heart attack, and he was lying on his back with his legs up, and I got a terrible fright. I said to Mort, the dog died, and Mort got a fright, but he said to Kanga, John, the dog's died. And John said, get another dog, Mort.
Well, good footballers, top footballers like Peter, the ones that I know, Peter Hudson and Graham Arthur and Lee Matthews, they don't mind running after a football, but they don't like running after nothing.
Anything that resembled running without a football, for me, at that stage in my career, I thought was totally over the top.
I was, I'd say, arguably the worst trainer the Hawthorns ever seen. Mind you, I don't think Jason would be much far behind me.
A lot of the training was stupid, but I think about the second session we did 10 200s, then we did 10 400s, and then we did an hour of skills, and then we played a practice match for an hour and a half. That went for about 4 hours. It felt like I cramped in every muscle in my body. And that was a Tuesday night, and a Wednesday I tried to get out of bed and seriously couldn't.
I'd love to train the way they do now, where you do a little bit often.
I'd love to see you training now.
I'll put it this way. I'd love to train every day of the week compared to slugging it out. Well, we'd have full-scale match practice, like full on.
Jack Daniels was playing on this new kid, and I think he might have been giving Jack a bit of a stitch-up, so Jack's told him that Ron Barassi wants to see him. So the young kids ran over to the bench and was looking up at Barassi, and Barassi's gone off, as you'd expect.
We had to do commando-style training, arms and legs crawling through the gravel. Now, it was absolutely pouring rain. It was probably one of the coldest Sydney days ever. Running up and down Moore Park Hills, then we had to come back out to the SCG and crawl through the water, which was like 6 inches deep, from one end of the ground to the other, on our backs, on our fronts, with Gary Buckenara yelling and screaming and tearing shreds off anyone that didn't want to do it.
Well, I remember every time I got the ball in those one-on-one competitions on a Tuesday night, John would say, righto,
Hawks versus odds. You know, if you had a Hawthorn jumper on you versus the odd jumper, well, in Bremer used to make sure that he had an opposite jumper to what I had. If I had a Hawks jumper on, he'd have an opposition. You come with me. I go, I said, all. But every time I went near the ball, bang, smack, There
used to be on the train, in fact, there used to be a fight to who got a certain. I was going for the back flank, or I was going for anything I could get, but mainly the back flank. And there was the likes of Mike Delaney, and he and I used to fight tooth and nail on the training track every Tuesday and Thursday night, trying to outdo one another. And that was just what it was like.
Well, that's when I first knew how competitive VFL, AFL football was, when you're training and it was just full-on one-on-one and three-on-three, and the next bloke standing beside you wanted your spot, and it was just a battle right to the end on training nights. You'd have crowd coming out everywhere, and you'd have sore bruises, just as hard as a game on the weekends. And that's when I knew and realised that at a young age that Jesus is feeding him this stuff.
Get your body fat down in that area a bit. That will help with your performance. So the easiest way to do that, with the spring through your skin concept, is to reduce the amount of fat that you're eating in the day. Watch your diet from now, during training and before games and after games. And for you that really means cutting down on the fats in your diet at the moment. That would be the first thing to look at. So that means cutting down on things like Hungry Jacks and McDonald's. Ever had sandwiches without butter or margarine on it? No.
Well, we used to go down to a local cafe and before we caught the bus, had steak and eggs and a milkshake.
As I say, I'd everybody out, so we'd walk a kilometre or a mile to walk to get the steak and onions and eggs settled. Then back on the bus and we'd go and play a game of footy.
It's a bit of a joke sometimes when a larger person from the supporters comes up to you and says, "Oh, geez, you're a little bit overweight at the moment." You sort of think, well, have you looked in the mirror lately? And
just the first start of putting the calipers on to measure your fat content and that sort of stuff just used to give me the shits.
I had difficulty with my weight all the time, and it was an endless battle with Ron Barassi, and it made me come in at a certain weight all the time. And there's a million stories I could tell you about beating the diet weigh-in of a Thursday night, the compulsory diet weigh-in.
Blew up after the 1995 footy trip, came back at 114 kilos, 14 kilos overweight, so got known as the Ox, and it's stuck since.
End of season trips, I go pretty hard there and eat all this shit. Hard. So, only for about a month and then I'm back into it again, so. But, if you come back like a bowling ball like this bloke here did, you get caught in the Glory Marshall group, so you get pounded by Judgy, November, December. So
it was sort of interesting about a couple of weeks ago, about round 3 or 4. It sort of came a little message from the coach and from the dietitian. I think you better put some weight back on. So I don't know whether that said I wasn't travelling real well or I was getting pushed off the ball.
During a football match, my trainer would come out with a lit cigarette, and I'd have a quick draw on the field.
I can't afford to go down to the footy and have a pie and have a can of Coke because it's no good for me, whereas everyone who was around me were all eating pies and hot dogs.
And when you realise how hard we rubbed bruises when we got them, how we jumped in hot bars immediately afterwards, how we dried out before we played and didn't replace fluids while we were playing, when you think of the folklore or beliefs that sports people adopt, and I'm sure other sports would say the same, but Australian football carried some of the most, in retrospect now when we became a little more learned, the most ludicrous set of what not to do and what to do. It's a wonder that some blokes ever survived it, and I wonder we didn't have more people fall over with dehydration and exhaustion and those sorts of things.
We never used to have water in our day. Like they banned you from having water because it was going to slosh around in your stomach. So you'd play in final when the heat was on, and you'd up the tempo. Like we're training 2 nights a week, so you imagine how fit we were. You get the finals, September, it's nice and warm, it's always that balmy weather, and you'd be going flat chat. By the 3rd quarter, it was like watching those people in the marathon, when they just lose all control of their legs. like you couldn't, you got no water in you, no fluid, you're just a chewer.
been 6 months now that I've been here, and my injury's going all right at the moment. So even the coach spoke to me yesterday, maybe we'll have a chance.
My name is Thomas Joseph Red. My dad played for the Adelaide Crows. He hurt his knee. He went to a doctor and put him in an ambulance, and he took him to the hospital, and then he got his knee and making new ligament. He was grumpy around the house.
You know, although I felt good and mentally I wasn't carrying any baggage, it was a real shock to the system when I did it early again and had to have another reconstruction. I just don't think I understood exactly how important it was to me that I was playing football, and I think, certainly the second time really hit us hard. Hit our family hard too, because Thomas had just been born and things were looking up.
My son was about to sign a contract in the AFL. I'd say get a good manager and get a good injury clause. But no, I would tell him that.
You know, there's a lot of challenges in the game, and injuries are just one of them. And to overcome them and to play well is quite rewarding.
Yeah, injuries sort of take their toll, and I suppose sometimes it gets to a point where I suppose you think, oh, these injuries real sometimes. And Craig Lamb and I have discussed it before. You know you're hurting, and you know there's something there, but either the physical staff or the medical staff are they question you a little bit, or someone outside the club questions you a bit. You're sort of thinking, well, am I making up my own mind, or is it really there? And it takes its toll, because you want to be out there and you want to play well and you want to reach the level that you can. And I've had knee reconstruction, wrist reconstructions, and sometimes I sit back and think, well, what could I have done if I didn't go through that?
Injuries, it's really hard on the body, this game, and I think when you retire you think, there'll be a little element where you can say, yes, it's good to be able to just rest my body now.
I think any player that's played a lot of games, when they finish their career, you look back and you say, well, there's certainly games I shouldn't have played because I was injured, but at the time the coach comes in and says, look, Roosie, we want you to play this week, you can have next week off, and you go, yeah, you're right, I'll play, and you might get an injection or whatever it is, and you probably make decisions at the time, purely from the club's point of view, that at the time is fine, but probably hurt you individually, because you can't go and compete, and then you go and play, and at the end of the day, the coach gets into you, the media gets into you, and you shouldn't have been out there.
When you're on the ground, you're fair game. Everybody's, there's an expectation that you're 100% fit, and if you don't perform to the expectation of your fans or of yourself, you cop the wrath of everybody.
And fans and whatever don't fully appreciate the kind of pain they're in. They're taking Panadines before they play, and they've got to ice up after the game for 2 hours, injections, all sorts of pain-killing injections, anti-inflammatories, all of that sort of stuff.
My tally might have been 85 games. I missed something like 80 games, but in the 85 I played, probably 30 of those were half injured, so it's laughable in the end, and it just destroyed me.
I'm just going to let you know now that you may never play again. And I went, what? It was the worst night. I nearly fell out of the bed. I said, what do you mean? He said, you've got a really major injury. And he said, I'm just going to let you know that I'm not going to promise anything with the operation, how it's going to go and whatever. And he said, we'll do the best job we can with it, but you've got to realise it's because of the arthritis and that sort of thing. We've got to put it back in the joint. It's going to be a really, really tough decision. And I'm letting you know now that you may not play again. And I was just shattered.
I only thought about that probably when I said, this is too hard. Probably the last 3 weeks of my career was the only time I thought, well, I'm ready to chuck this in because I can't play. Because it always got to the stage where if you compromise the way you play, you don't play, I reckon. Like, if you reckon you can play with your broken hand or your crook shoulder or whatever and stick a needle in it, but you're not going to compromise the way you play with the team, go and do it. But at the end of the day, for me, the decision to retire ultimately was taken out of my hands because I exhausted everything I could in terms of trying to get this back thing right. And, ended up having surgery and travelled around the country and had that many needles stuck in me, and I couldn't, but I needed to do that because if I hadn't have done that and then retired, and then we're sitting here now, I'd say, I retired in 87, but I didn't have a back surgery, and if I'd had that, I might have played another 3 years. I reckon that would have been hard to live with.
And all of a sudden I get whack, and I'm over the boundary, and I'm just getting up, and I'm thinking, I should be back in Perth. I don't have to put up with this. And I got my hand down, and I'm thinking, oh, geez. And all of a sudden, Darky came over and he went, and that's not all you're going to get. And I looked down, and you could see the bones on my fingers. He'd split it all open. I thought, oh, give up. But I didn't, but I'm glad I didn't.
Well, I had quite a few breaks. I had a broken collarbone, 3 depressed fractures of the cheekbone, broken forearm, broken foot, had a few. Well, I still played 250 games, so that wasn't bad. I might have played 300 without the breaks.
Both ankles reconstructed 5 times over 18 years, and lost, had my kidney ruptured in the final in '67, semi-final. Broken arm, put my teeth through my tongue, broken my nose, broken my leg, broken my ankle, broken my thumb, broken my jaw. Had ribs. But as I say, 18 years of football, you're going to get a few injuries, and I've got plenty.
I broke my hand and in the same quarter cracked a couple of ribs in the first quarter of a game, and when they're fresh, the adrenaline's pumping, you can get through that game, and it's only after the game when you come down, you take a breath from the result, whatever, but you think, Jesus, I'm in trouble here, this hurts, you know. And
I remember speaking with Ross Lyon when he came back, and he told me that, he was bone on bone with his knee, and that was it. And you just don't know what to say to someone when they tell you that. And he was cut down in his prime. He got, I think, 2 Brownlow votes the last game he played.
I know with the injury you maybe resent a little bit of the management you had at your club, because they manage players so much better today. And I just know that it was the type of injury, if it had been treated at the time, it was a wear and tear, so if it had been managed properly I'd be in better shape. So I probably resent that a little bit.
People frown on you if you're seen in the medical room. Well, I had a fair bit of time in the medical room because I had a lot of thigh injuries, and they had no idea how to remedy them. They used to just put you in the incubator, and some unqualified person just made the thing worse and worse and worse. And all you get every now and again, oh, how's it going? And there's nothing worse. And you try to get out on the track, and you just can't because it has not mended.
I have to have a knee replacement at some stage within the next 5 or 6 years, depends on how it goes. But that was always going to be the case because when I had the operations, there was no guarantee of operations of that particular time being successful. Nowadays, a different matter.
They said there was nothing wrong with it, my thumb, but apparently that doesn't look normal to me. There was a snapped tendon there, ligament, so I had to get that strapped up. But at the time, there was nothing wrong with that.
Basically, my back was stuffed, and then it was basically, hey, let's worry about life after footy now because footy's really not a reality.
Just being injured, that's the hardest part of it because you don't feel a part of the team. You're sitting in the grandstand watching, and you just feel so far away from the game, and half the time you don't even feel like you're a footballer.
At the time I heard the crack, so I knew that it was something serious, and I suppose sometimes you look at it that maybe it's your time to get injured, because I think it's probably a bit of a raffle each time you go out and play a game that someone's going to go down with an injury.
If we all waited till we're 100% fit and that, we'd probably, very rarely take the field.
One saving grace was that I got injured in the seniors, so I still got match payments rather than getting injured in the reserves, which would have been a big blow.
He used to like having a drink, old Jack. I think he used to have a little flask of whiskey in his inside coat pocket, and this particular day there was one of the guys that he'd got a cut above his eyebrow, and Jack had come out and duly stitched him up, and the guy had gone home that evening, and when he'd gone to bed to try and go to sleep, he found out he couldn't go to sleep. What he found out, Jack had actually stitched his eyelid to his eyebrow so he couldn't close his eye.
One side of the ground was just about 6 inches of water, and I can recall Reg getting knocked to the ground. He might have even been knocked unconscious, but lying on his back, and the water was flapping over his face, and it caused a bit of concern amongst the players that he was a guy that nearly drowned on the ground.
To this day, I thought, what a funny thing if you went up to the league tribunal and said, Charlie Sutton, number so-and-so of Footscray, reported for drowning player 13 of Fitzroy. I think it'd be tremendous, like, you know, not like now, you know, like you sneeze and you get reported.
Well, he used to grab you by, you know, those 2 bits, everyone's got those little handlebar rolls of fat. He had the strongest hands. He'd grab those and squeeze them that hard, and you'd run for about 10 metres, and then the blood had come back into the handle where he's grabbed you, and the pain was unbelievable.
I played against probably the greatest Jekyll and Hyde in the community, Neil Baum, who is a lovely, passive, pleasant man off the field, but on the field he was just a behemoth. I remember playing at Waverley, and the ball at a centre bounce, so I was playing for Geelong and he was playing for Richmond, bounced over my way, and I had to wait for the ball to come down, and I jumped for it and he just went right through me. He broke 3 of my ribs with his knee just on the way of taking the ball through, and I was taught at a very early age not to show the opposition that you're hurt, because that's a very important thing, not to let them think that they've psyched you out of anything. So I remember standing up to my full height and looking at him, and he thought he probably had hurt me, but when I didn't wince, he thought no, and he just ran off, and as soon as he turned his back, I sank to my knees, and Barry Richardson was playing for Richmond on the ball for some reason. And he said, because I was a good friend of Barry's, and he said, "You all right?" And I said, "Yeah." I said, "I think so." I said, "Tell him when he comes back," I said, "if he really works at it, I reckon he could kill me by the end of the day." And Barry thought that was humorous. And he didn't have to worry, because there's one thing he can't do is play with broken ribs.
You know, maybe I became closer to Whitten because he broke my nose 3 times, and you know, he did often take me to hospital.
So I thought, well, why not give it a go now? So he was absolutely unconscious. I pushed his nose and got it as straight as I thought it should be, and it stuck there because of the sort of stickiness of the bones and all the blood around. And then we held it there with some tape and all. And his nose is perfectly straight. He's never had an operation. He has no nasal obstruction. So I saved the club a surgical operation and indeed a fee.
It might happen again. Look, my career might be over, but whatever happens from now on, I know I've been able to come back and give another shot and do well. And so really the rest is cream, I suppose, because I've gone through a pretty hard time and been able to come back and play good footy, and I'm pretty happy about that, yeah.
It's funny, I was talking to Paul Kelly about his knee injury at the moment. When you're not training and you're always in the medical room and you're not playing, it's very, very difficult.
I think when I had me Rico, I sort of just knew it was going to be a matter of time and I'll be back playing. You know, pretty much put down round 1 for the following year and I'll be playing. And I probably thought that when I broke my kneecap the first time, you know, the last game last year. But I think the last couple of days is perhaps. Maybe it won't be. Maybe I don't know where I'm at the moment. You know, because if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. I don't play again. So it's it's been a pretty hard few days, and I think it's a bit hard to tell these young blokes that you're not guaranteed to play next week. You know, like, so just don't just take it for what it is. You run out and you play footy, and next week you're going to do the same thing, because you don't know what's your last one. You know. So yeah, it's been a bit tough, but hopefully it'll all turn around and I'll get another crack at it, you know. But it's I don't think I realised. No, I definitely didn't realise what footy means to me until I can't do it.
The next 2 years that followed after that were probably the best 2 years that I've ever had. You know, to actually have got through it and then to have like a couple of premierships on the end of that was just you know, couldn't have dreamt of a better way to come back.
Michael Pickering, who ended up playing with our side, used to call it a winning ache, and the winning ache is one of the best feelings you can have in footy. And a lot of the time, sitting in the shower after the game was probably the only time you got a chance to burn your own and reflect without, you know, hangers on jumping on you or whatever. And you've had a win, you've got scratches, and you can hardly move your arm or whatever, and you're limping, and you just the water foot, and you say, this is why I play, you know. Because you've paid the price, you've got a few, you're not going to stop you playing next week, and you almost wear them proudly, you know. I used to but in lots of ways look forward to waking up on a Sunday after you've had a good win, hopefully played well, and just finding out exactly, you know, where you are sore.
nice. So I've realised how hard it is, how bloody hard it is to work out there, and you know, they've told me how to eat properly and how to train hard and do all the hard stuff off the field and on the field. So for me to get off this bench and out of the reserves to play senior football, I realised I had to work hard and make it my #1 priority.
There's nothing, you know, your family's always your #1, and anyone that says it's not is kidding themselves, I reckon. But apart from that, footy's your #1 priority, and I love it. Every time I'm out there, I enjoy it.
I wasn't starting from scratch, but not far off it, you know, like couldn't kick or handball on my left side or any of that, so Cole Kinnear got hold of me and put me in every possible group he could have through the week, which meant I was just training every day and that, and slowly, yeah, I got a bit better. And
look, most players were giving their best, I think, but sometimes I questioned maybe what was happening from Monday to Friday, whether they were really giving everything, and that is very hard, a bitter pill to swallow, because when you're giving everything and some players aren't, it really hurts.
I see too many players that join AFL clubs as young players and think that their job's done. They're there and they'll be nurtured through to play senior football. They have people around them to help them and improve them, but unless they're doing the hard work that they have to, they won't ever achieve as much as they possibly can.
Your whole life revolves around football because, I mean, it's just like your job.
Yeah, it's hard to work because we train twice a day sometimes, and you know, you need a really good employer to make sure you've got time to go, but you can't. There's no time during the day, so you just got to focus on football all the time.
I think at the time there were maybe 4 or 5 guys who were doing that. Pretty sure that there's not one player at the moment who can or is undertaking full-time employment and playing football at the Richmond Footy Club.
I think we definitely went harder on the drink back then than they do now. I went to have a drink with the Melbourne boys after they played up here one day, and I said, come on, let's go and have a drink, guys, and they told me they had a pool session and a stretching session and dinner and all that to do. It was never a done thing when I was down in Melbourne.
We've got these new facilities, and these days we can't seem to walk past them without being put in there for a lecture or some meeting, or there's a swimming pool there, so they'll either put us in there or, you know, so 2 or 3 days of the week I reckon at the club, all day, every day, and there's always little commitments, things you got to do, and in between training and playing and meetings and lectures and stuff like that, you get home at say 8:30 at night, and you know, if you're a guy who lives by himself like I do and he's got to cook his own meals and do his own washing and do all that sort of stuff, it is pretty hard.
I think I had to learn to be a lot harder and a lot more outgoing as a footballer. I mean, you know, with junior footy you can run around and take big hangers and kick goals from everywhere and everyone thinks you're a champion, just like that. But once you play amongst, you know, 18 or 19 or 40 other blokes who are in the same situation, you can't just be, you know, a talented junior footballer. You've got to be, you know, harder and stronger and more aggressive, because if you're not those things, you just never get hold of the ball.
You've got to be fresh on game day, and it's amazing how much you think about your body when you're playing to when you're off season. And I do worry. I make sure the legs are fresh on the weekend, because if they're not fresh, I get tackled and I look pretty ordinary. So that's probably been the pressure of trying to keep myself with my legs. I can keep up with the game.
These days it's morning, noon and night, and we actually had to bargain to get a day off. I mean, it's actually part of the laws now. Clubs have to give you a day off, and even that now, we even fly on our days off, which is, you know, a bit of a bee in my bonnet. Yeah, I look, it'd be good to be getting a lot of money out of it. We got enjoyment out of it. It's a different area, you can't complain about that. I remember the first paycheck we got from Richmond in 1967, the late Ray Dunn, the president at the time. We used to have a dinner at the end of the year and final pay night, and Fred Swift got a cheque for $700, and he goes up to Ray Dunn and he said, "You got the decimal point in the wrong place." But $700 for the whole year, we won the premiership. And that was at VFL football, the best team in the country, in the world.
How do you make it this week? I don't know. I trained hard, yeah. I played well last week as well, but obviously I didn't suit the game plan, and yeah, I played in reserves on Saturday.
I think he's just got to get stronger, and because he's not far away. He's not far away from the game. And,
the hardest thing about being a rookie, even though it's fantastic to get the opportunity, is you play all year, I reckon, and you know that you're not going to get selected.
Well, I give this bloke here probably deserves a chance before him, and coming into finals now.
And then you bring up whether you want to have a look at a Denham, a McGrail, a McVeigh, or whoever.
I'd like that line before I go for someone like him.
Yeah, I love it. Seems to give us no, I don't think he's had a great year, but
I remember for about 10 weeks in a row, I was chucking up in the shower before I was getting changed, and I couldn't understand why, and I was so nervous every time I played that your reputation was on the line to try and play well, to try and get a chance at playing AFL.
Well, it was very hard for me, particularly when these players, as I said, were coming back after the war, and you'd play a good game in the seconds, could be best on the ground. You think, I'll be up on the seniors next week, and then 2 or 3 blokes would come back after the war, and you'd miss out.
And I was living with the coach. This is a really good way of getting a game. You live with the coach.
New coach Bomber Thompson just says, they're going to reward consistency, and you're just going to have to, I suppose, believe him. But the seniors are doing really well, and it's a bit hard to crack the side when they're doing so well.
I just felt that you feel so disappointed that you're not getting rewarded for what you're doing, and if you have those really good games in a row where you play 2 or 3 good games in the reserves, you might be getting 35 touches, 40 touches, and you can't get a look, and you think, oh, what do I have to do? And the side might be winning, so obviously there's not a spot there, and then 2 weeks later, you might have a bit of a downer and the side will lose, and then someone else will go ahead of you. So
then I started doing I had a bit of a chip on my shoulder at the time, thinking I was pretty good, and I'm going home at the end of the year. This is it. I'm out of here, and they turned around and said, no, you're not. We'll come back and get you. And I said, why aren't the ones? I should be playing seniors. And
I just remember every Thursday night there was a phone number you could ring up at like a hotline with the teams in it. I used to ring up every week and be like, get on the phone. Hang the phone up.
That's sort of nerve-wracking. You sit there every Thursday night, and it's not like today where you get told whether you're in or out, or you've got a pretty good chance of playing this week. You literally listen to the radio on a Thursday night, and if you happen to miss that, you get the paper on Friday morning and find out whether you're playing or not.
Collingwood was always late, sit up there waiting on the radio to see if you're in or out, or in the reserve to polish your shoes early.
That's the only way you find out, though, on the radio. I'd be driving back to Ballarat.
No TV in those days.
9, 10 o'clock, you'd be getting home and just waiting for the team to come out,
I played 67 games in the seconds before I got a senior game, and within that period there was 2 games. They were both at Windy Hill in about 85, 86, where back then there was only 20 in a side, and there was 21 that were strapped and stripped and ready to warm up, and I got the call. It was only 15 or 20 minutes before the game, virtually, and sorry Gary, you're not in today.
I was living with a couple of the North boys at the time, and they knew how frustrated I was, and they were playing in the senior team like Johnny Longmire and those sort of guys, and they knew how frustrated I was that I couldn't get the opportunity. But it's really hard, and it's hard to keep positive in that situation.
To have family turn up and expect to see you, and when the team runs out you're not there, certainly it's character building.
I can recall sitting in the stands and all the teammates saying, Magic, you should be in, because the senior side at the time were getting hammered by 10, 12 goals every week, and I'm thinking, gee, I started believing, maybe I should be out there.
It was just a bit hard to take. You didn't want to show it, but you'd walk out the room and just curse and then go back to training. I think that was the hardest thing, going back to training next week and going through it all again, and especially after you put a few together, I felt that was the hardest.
I actually played 6 games, and each week I was either first or second best on ground, and every week it was like, no, you don't have to wait. Not great. And Peter Moore was playing, and I think Steve O'Dwyer, and there was Steve Turner, so there was a few blokes in there.
I was only 16, and I was getting a lot of best on the grounds in the seconds and getting a lot of kicks, and I really thought that I was good enough to play in the seniors, and not being lacking in confidence, I was pressing for a position in the seniors, and of course I was only a skinny kid, I would have got killed.
You play 2 and you expect to get back in. 3, you can sort of handle it. The 3rd one, I was like, hang on, I deserve this. The 4th one, I was really, really angry. The 5th, I was like, I was ready to leave.
Because I'd been emergency
15 times in a row or something, and they'd always tell me, you know, you've just missed out this week.
The coach eventually brought me in after the 6th one and said, look, or the 5th one, he said, look, if we don't win this week, it means we're not going to make the finals, so I'm going to play the young guys, so I'll give you a go if you play well. So it was sort of like I knew, and so we were out watching St Kilda play Melbourne at AFL Park, and I hate to say it, but I had a bit of a soft spot for St Kilda. I was sort of barracking for them, because I figured if we lose, I was going to be playing, and you know, when you're young, you look after yourself. And Tony Lockett kicked 8 goals and Danny Hughes, and I think I had a beer every time he kicked a goal. It was a bit sad because there was a bunch of us. But I suppose when you're young, all you want to do is play.
I was the 21st man, so I actually had to travel up in the bus and sort of, if one of the players got sick, then I was in. You know, I hoping like hell they would, but I knew that they wouldn't.
I clearly remember sitting in the MCG grandstands watching the seniors play, and if someone got injured or wasn't having a terrific game in a position that you thought you might be able to get, it was quite refreshing sitting back there thinking you might be a chance the following week to get a game. No doubt most of the guys playing in the twos would be sitting there thinking exactly the same thing.
I wasn't hoping he was going to get dropped or get injured or whatever. I was just hoping that he wasn't going to play too well and I was going to get in.
And it's hard to say, you know, and you don't like to say it, but you always hope that someone wouldn't play well, so you could get in.
He'd come up and say hello to me and say, look, no, we can't fit you in because of Jack Titus. And mind you, Jack Titus wasn't a bad sort of a player.
I just got told I'm playing my first game actually, so pretty wrapped. One of the boys are out, and don't know what else to do, so let's go wait.
I remember getting up, I reckon I would have had 3 hours sleep on the Thursday night. I got up, it must have been about 6 o'clock in the morning, dashed down the shop to get the paper to see if I was going to be on the interchange, and I looked at the side, I named in the centre, I thought, oh, fantastic, I'm playing.
Just could not believe it was happening to me. Playing country footy the week before, playing for Glenelg, getting all of these accolades, it was just like a dream.
I didn't really know the players I was playing with, you know, you train with them, whatever. Didn't really know them, you know. The guys coming up, like Scott and the guys, you know. Good luck, but when you get the ball, just kick it to me, you know. Sort of stuff. Everyone said, kick it to me, you know. So when I got the ball, I think, who do I kick it to, you know?
Well, you remember your first game? I remember my first game for Essendon. I dropped off at the airport with Mum and Dad and picking Vander up on the way. I remember Vander telling Mum and Dad that he'd look after me. I remember Dad shitting himself about that prospect.
Played Melbourne. I started on the field. I didn't get a touch in the first quarter. I was trying my hardest.
I still remember it as vividly as I'm sitting here now. And Bruce Linder went up, grabbed this ball. Geoff Miles went up and thumped the living bejesus out of it, and he just landed on the ground with the ball in his hands. And I thought, uh-oh, if you're going to have to be that strong and that physically tough to, you know, whack the ball away or just simple things in football, I've got a lot to learn.
I was picked to play against the Kangaroos. I was picked on the wing, matter of fact, to play on Keith Gregg, who was my hero.
I remember playing Mullane, who was a dandy boy, and I thought he might have been nice to me, which is a stupid thing in league footy, and went to shake his hand before the game. He looked at me and said, "You're kidding, aren't you, Lambert?"
And it was just amazing rule, and I stood right in the middle of the Footscray huddle, and I watched the North Melbourne blokes run around. They ran past, and I started to clap. I started, oh, and there goes Greggy, there's Shiver. There's Blighty. Here I am with the red, white and blue jumper on, clapping the opposition.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm very sorry, but I've been told to stand in front of you. And I stood in front of him.
I got a couple of kicks early. I started in the forward pocket on a bloke named Ross Henshaw, who was about 6'3". Shook his hand, he squeezed me, gave me a bit of a squeeze on. G'day, Mr. Henshaw.
Just to be out on the same oval as all these guys that, not that I barracked for Collingwood, but they were sort of heroes of football, and it's a really big thrill, that first game.
Because Daly was playing with South in those days. So it'd be going back, 24, I suppose. Yeah, it'd be 1924.
And at the time, I was always a John Coleman fan, and I can remember I played centre-half forward this day, and I kept looking over my shoulder, and he was the great man in the 10-yard square. I couldn't also believe that I was on the same ground as this guy.
It was against Sydney, and I actually went into a pack, and I can remember Paul Kelly staring at me. One of my I love the way he played, and he stared at me in the eyes, and he was about to throw one on me. I thought, oh, this is a big league. I sort of stepped back.
Barry Mitchell kicked a goal just before on the siren, and we won by 4 points. And I probably touched the ball 3 times, I reckon. So it was a pretty ordinary debut, really.
My first 20 seconds of the game, big bomb out of the centre, off Salmon's hands, and I socketed it off the ground in the first 20 seconds. And Purdy, Longy, Salmon, Ryan O'Connor was chucking me up in the air, and it was just the goosebumps for going, and the legs were like jelly, and it was just the best moment ever.
It was like a dream come true. I was selected on the bench, and I got a chance probably halfway through the third quarter, and I picked up the ball, and I happened to be facing goal, and I kicked it, and it went through for goal. Thank goodness I was facing goal, because I'm quite certain that the only thing I wanted to do was get rid of it, and it would have gone anywhere.
Can't forget it. V the Hawks at Vic Park, and that was probably the biggest thrill of all. Matthews, Knights, Ayres, Eade, guys that you sort of worshipped, I suppose.
The only memory I've got is of being on the ground and feeling like the world was going so quick I couldn't, imagine it. And the ball came down, I grabbed it and kicked the goal. That was my only touch for the day.
Lee played at full forward, and it was just a big thrill. Ran out with the autograph book.
I was playing on a guy by the name of Greg Brown. And I remember hold him in the first quarter, and I got a pin in my hand. He had the new jumper for the first game of the year and hadn't taken the pin out.
Against Geelong, I sat on the bench for about 3 quarters, and in the last quarter John Kennedy said go on and play on Gary Ablett. So I was about 18, 19 years of age, and Gather was in his highlight, and I was a bit sort of overawed by the occasion.
Lou, said the very best of luck today, and I thought to myself, what a lovely bloke. He let go with the best backhand I've ever had in my life, and then I couldn't see for 2.5 quarters.
I can remember I played on John Dugdale, who was North Melbourne's full back, and he was a boyhood hero of mine, and I couldn't wait to come down to full forward and shake hands with him, and I did that. And I'm standing in the goal square, just down the end here, and the ball came down, and I took a step forward, and he gave me a backhand right across the nose. And I started to cry. And I was that embarrassed that I was crying on a league ground, but it hurt like buggery.
Because of this Calder law, they kept me out for 10 weeks while they carried on and carried this charade on. And then eventually, of course, right in the middle of winter, or 10 weeks into the season, the worst ground you can ever play on in your life is Western Oval. It's a wet, rotten day, and I compare it to like being on ice with roller skates on. It was just, and they're coming from everywhere. They're going to knock this dickhead from over in Perth and just show him how good we are. And of course, every time I bobbed up, I should have been going down, and vice versa. And it was a hectic introduction.
I was in awe, total awe of the whole thing. And all I remember was Terry Bright telling me, whatever you do, to get your first kick and get it away. Don't try and do anything tricky. I think I did that with the first kick, handball, mark. I just stuffed everything up. I was nowhere near prepared for it.
Get so-and-so off. Put the boy on. So took the dressing gown off, and on we went.
And Checker said, McCaig, in the ruck. And I stood up like a stupid kid and argued. I said, but I'm not a ruckman, Mr. Hughes, I'm a full back. Get out there.
And I got 6 minutes, that's all I played. And I got Nords the whole way through. I think I got 1 tackle, and so I did the 1%er, I thought. And I've got to training the next day, and my locker was just full to the brim of donuts. I just had ice donuts all over the place. I opened the door and they fell out on me. So.
And when we got to the centre, Kennedy looked at me and he said, so you think you're a expletive ruckman? So the ball was bounced and I ended up with a knee in the throat and I'm on the back, and I thought, well, this is great.
And I was in the back pocket in my first game. And it seemed as though it was only in the first few seconds the ball came down, and I thought, this is mine, and I sprinted towards it. And a voice said, leave it, John. And I left it. And that was the first of Tom Morrow's 4 goals for the day.
And I remember lining up against, in the first quarter against Mike Fitzpatrick, and the ball came down and I was in front, he took a big mark over the back of me, he kicked the goal, I bounced up again, down it came again. He did exactly the same thing again. And I don't think Mike could remember, but I do, because the runner, Norm Lord, came out to me and said, John, you go and be moved. And I thought, oh, great, you know, when I moved up the ground, they moved me up to the halfback flank on Alex Juzelinko. So I didn't do much better after that.
Lined up on Peter Knight's, just jumped all over me, and then he changed on, and Michael Tuck came back and just destroyed me.
I didn't get on till half time. I ran up and down the boundary 30 times, I reckon, in the first half, to stay warm, and also to keep reminding the coach that I was actually there, ready to go.
Somebody who more senior has come down to the, why isn't, they've had a few raps about me, why isn't he on? I said, well, the problem is, we can't pronounce his name, so that's why they couldn't get me on the field. I said, here I am running the boundary line, wondering why I'm not getting the game.
It was just great. It was a great feeling to be out there. I just thought it gave me chills down my spine to see these people booing at me and hating me. It was fantastic.
We sort of ran out. It was a huge big ground. I sort of got my chance just halfway during the second quarter. There's a huge brawl, and Merritt was out there throwing haymakers, and I went on sort of petrified the first 15 minutes.
I was about 15 metres out, so I lined up and pulled my socks up. And then all of a sudden I hear a voice yelling out at me, why do you always copy me? Why don't you go and do something for yourself for once? Why do you always have to follow me? I knew the voice, but I couldn't pick out why this person was saying or who this person was. And then eventually, just before I was in kicking, he's going, oh, your mum actually doesn't wear army boots. I kicked the goal and turned around, and Nick was there laughing and grinning at me and said, well kicked, Benny, and ran back to his position.
And I played on Billy Picken, and Billy was a character on and off the field. And the first time I played centre forward, and the first time I lined up on Billy, Billy said, you go near the ball and I'll make sure you don't get a second touch. And as the game evolved, he'd call the game. So he'd be saying, watch out, Stick, here comes Billy! And Billy takes another great mark. And this is the way he'd call the game.
And all I can remember after that was going home and being as sick as anything, and was in bed for all night being sick. And I think it was just all that nervous energy and that spent before the game, during the game, and then I think at the end just letting yourself relax.
I played on Rex Hunt, and Royce Hart was at the other end of the ground for Richmond. We were just kids. I was 15, they were 17. And I can remember after the game, I was asked, are you an amateur or a professional? And I said, I don't know. I'm in Form 4 at Coburg. I'm buggered if I know what I am.
Sometimes I've even given boys chances to play one league game as a reward, even though we knew next year we were going to probably put them off the list. But at least after 2-3 years in the reserves, they could go away and say, well, I played one league game.
But I remember thinking also on the way home, well, it's just great to be able to actually say or know that I've actually played a game of league football, and that was fantastic.
Yeah, I think I was excited because you just never know how far the game's going to take you. So it was nice just to know that for once in my life I'd played in those days a VFL match, which was the be-all and end-all of the way I'd been as a kid, because all I'd ever wanted to do was play footy.
You know, the hairs on the back of your neck sort of stand up and you really get fired up for it.
On the Monday we trained, and I couldn't have done enough because Kevin came up to me and said, you look a little bit tired, son, so we might just have to give you a rest next week. And but it was great. I was very thankful of the opportunity.
You know, it's quite an emotional time, and you figure you've made the big time.
Yeah, I'd give anything to go back. It was a great time in your life.
It's probably the happiest moment I've had in footy or in life in general, and it was just something that I'll never sort of forget. I knew I was ready.
Des headland today. The #1 draft pick in the competition will make his debut, number 19. We wish him well. The boy from Western Australia who has shown so much promise. Well,
how you feeling, Des?
Maybe nerves. What he does? Yeah, do that back. That's great. Just do that corner there.
dedication here today, and we've got to just work at it all day from the first bounce right through to the last. Just come on, work hard.
All I've wanted to do since I was a young kid, always wanted to play football, you know.
Malloy was a high flyer at ground level. Black does well. Gives it across the headland. It is his first game of AFL football's kicked a goal. Fantastic by the youngster, recruited from Subiaco. And what a start to his AFL career. His first kick, and he's popped it through. Champion 45 metres out and closing. There's a chance of a great mark taken by Headland. Trying to get him into the side. So he runs around like a good player and pops it through.
Boy can play, Bruce. Don't worry about that. I mean, that's very, very clever. I mean, for a boy of his size, and you know, it was a great mark first of all to take that mark. Play by Richard.
It was a walk of about probably, I suppose it'd be 500 or 600 metres from where we parked to where the entrance to the ground was, and as you say, there's everyone stopping you and wishing you luck.
Good luck today.
You got big boots to fill, mate. Good luck.
Sort of on the way in, when you're playing the seniors, you get your little car pass, so you don't park with the public, you park underground and that. So, you know, I sort of felt like I was going in the Batcave.
I still remember it. You know, the cameras were there, and they sort of you signed autographs. And
I remember walking into the rooms, which is the most amazing, you know, feeling. You go from these little, you know, dinky rooms at Beverly Hills, and you know, 3 showers, and they're all cold. I just remember vividly still walking into the Waverley rooms and thinking, my God, this is amazing.
Good luck to you, mate. Good luck. First game.
Congratulations, mate. All the best.
G'day, mate. Congratulations on making a killing out running.
Simple early, enjoy yourself, you'll be right.
Shaking your hand, saying, you know, good luck, you know, remember it and just relax and all that, and everyone makes a big fuss over it because it's your first game. I don't know, just looking back into the change rooms when you put your jumper on for the first time to play a senior match, you just sort of take a good look at it and it just feels good. His speech before the game, I don't really remember anything about it. I was pretty nervous and yeah, I just couldn't wait to get out there.
Right, all I'm asking, right at the start, don't be intimidated. Make sure your mind's strong. And we'll kick off right from the first bounce, right through the end of the first quarter. And we're not looking any further than that, alright? It's 30 minutes of real, tough, hard footy, keeping the focus, keeping the mind strong. Alright, good luck, stick together, make sure
tunnel before you go into the Coliseum, and boys were saying the usual things like, you know, we owe them and let's get into it, you know, we'll have a good one tonight.
And as you come down the race, you come up sort of level with the ground. I think I was terrified.
He can win the game, alright? You must be saying that as we walk out. Get it in tight, get it together, and get it in your head. Win the game! We can win the game!
10 seconds later, the roar of the crowd when you selected.
It was, and I've even seen like even young players that played with us, and I could see that they were rather shaky once they had that roar. It seemed to upset them.
I just remember seeing the whole people just packed a section of the crowd just packed there, and as I looked around,
it's sort of running on air a bit. You sort of run out and it's like, I can't believe I'm out here.
It's such a unique feeling for people that have never done it, to actually come out of the race and just feel the exhilaration of the crowd.
Running out was it was great for me. It was just a huge buzz because I'm just used to cars being on the hill getting honked at, just your local mates sort of, coming along to watch. But having 77,000 people watch you play footy in the atmosphere, and I can also remember running out of the banner. I actually tripped ass up.
Early 50s where they had half a dozen little bits of paper hanging down, so it's developed a lot in that sense from there. When you see the magic banners that the cheer squads prepare now, I think they're absolutely fantastic. It's so creative, and that's just part of the passion of the game today.
Just as you hit the ground, it was the noise of the crowd and their cheering. It was just like running into a brick wall, and it took everything out of you. It was like a
run out onto the MCG and you just get hit by this almighty roar, and it was certainly an experience I'll never forget, and it certainly would take topping throughout your lifetime to get something that's exciting as that.
And you hit the ground, soon you hit the ground, it was like running into a big bull ring where the people gave that roar, and you saw I was about 5'7", I went to about 6'7" that day, just running out there getting that feeling.
And they know that you're absolutely petrified, and they're saying, look, it's only another game, we're with you, and so on. And one of the great things about team sport is that you do have, in our case, 17 other guys out with you on the ground, and when you run around beforehand, these days it's 22, and it really is a big help.
Running out and just, makes you feel like, like you're Superman, just 10 foot tall and bulletproof,
Good luck today. Cool, okay. Cool, feel cool.
Okay, today's going to show how much respect you've got for them. Make it a good night. We hate this. We hard at it. Give it time.
The nerves were pumping. And then as I came off this square here, for my very first contest, it was a bit nerve-wracking and just an awesome experience.
The mind has to be strong right from the start of the game right through to the finish. And that is why I keep saying, lift your heads, keep doing what we want you to do.
You must think you can win. You must think you can beat your opponent. As soon as you stop thinking that, as soon as you stop believing that, you're gone.
So if you're toiled, you put up. If you say things and you honestly believe them, you put up. Otherwise, you shut up. Persevere, persevere, persevere. Don't stop trying. Don't stop running. Don't ever, ever give in.
You've got to show me all the guts and all the determination you've got in your body. You've got to inspire me with this last quarter bit. You've been in front all day, you've got to stay there. Are you going to sit there? Come on, man.
As long as they don't intimidate us, as long as they don't get into our minds, we can beat this fight. Don't let them intimidate you. You may have to go and play on 2 defeated. All I'm expecting, mate, you've got the athleticism, you've got the youth, just go with him, mate, just stick with him, alright?
unfortunately lasted a half, and I did my knee just in the second quarter, and had a knee reconstruction and didn't play for the rest of the year. So that was it. So I certainly do remember my first game.
Lined up at full forward the first game against Hawthorn it was at Waverley, and it was also Kernahan's, Bradley's, Motley's first game. And the first minute of the game, the ball came down, I went up, took a mark, and as I took the mark, I sort of got pushed off balance and I fell, and as I fell on my knee, it sort of buckled. I was lying on the bench after the game, and the doctor was inspecting me, and I was, so upset with the prospect of missing 1 or 2 games. Anyway, the next morning I'm lying in hospital, missing 14 months.
We played Fitzroy, and Vic Chanter was full-back, and it wasn't a physical thing, but he came out, and what he said to me and kept saying to me during that game, I wasn't ready for it. I must admit I wasn't ready for it, and I didn't handle it very well.
Before the game, they used to listen on, with the glass to the wall next door, and we were playing North Melbourne, and they came in, and anyway, he said to me, "They're after you today." From then on, all day it was on, and they whacked me at one stage, and our doctor said, "Oh, don't worry about it, come here, there's a cut under your eye." And I thought I'd go into the rooms, and it was a wet, muddy day. No, out with the bloody needle. And he said, "I'll just tie it like that for the bit and we'll do it at half time." I thought, that's a great bit of medicine.
North tried him right out, so much so that the police ran onto the ground and stopped the North fellas from hitting him. They were hitting him that hard.
So I went out and blame me down if I don't waltz into another one, and I spread all the inside. I end up having 8 stitches in it. But they came out and they got a lump of bloody cotton wool, jammed it in and said, "See you at half time." And I said, "Oh, I think I might go back to Perth. This is crazy."
Afterwards, I just remember it was a bit of relief to think that I finally got one senior game, and hoping that I could string a few together. But I remember finding myself back in the reserves the next week.
Stephen O'Reilly came back into the team, and I was dropped. But there's one thing Blighty said to me when we were in Perth in the rooms, because I went over as an emergency. He said, "Be disappointed, but don't be disillusioned."
I come back in my first game around 13 and played against Sydney, then the week after played against North Melbourne and got dropped again. And then I played 6 weeks later against Fremantle and had a pretty good day too, and I still got dropped again. So,
what clubs want from players is they want performance, or they don't want you at all, and that's reality. And for players, we don't want to know that. We want to know that we're required no matter what. So if our form's shit house, it's shit house.
It means nothing if you don't put it into action out in the footy field. Now that's the harsh reality.
And for players, that's tough reality, and they have to at a point in time realise that with the highs come a mountain of lows, like probably 2-to-1 ratio.
There was pressure, and if you didn't perform, you knew that you were out of the side.
In my first year, I was Rookie of the Year, and from then on, everyone expected I'd just keep going up and up and playing well. And sometimes, this is my 3rd year now, so guys are starting to get on to me, and they're starting to put me on better players. Like played on Ronnie Burns up at Geelong, and I've played on Jeffrey Farmer, and then I played on Nick Daffy on the weekend, and they all beat me. I got told on Wednesday that I wouldn't be playing, I'd be going back to East Fremantle. And I just thought, maybe a fresh start and I'll come down here and have a good game, but it just didn't work out that way.
It's I think it's the only way to go, just to know that you could lose it that next week. You've just got to bring yourself up every week to push harder and harder every week.
There's so many people looking on you, and so many people expect you to do well. If you're not doing too well, then people are looking for reasons why, and sometimes it just doesn't work out. You never go out there to play a bad game. You always go out there to play well, but sometimes it just doesn't go your way.
But it was devastating when things didn't go your way. You didn't really know how to handle bad form, and you'd inevitably get dropped because star players would be coming back, and there'd be, you're usually inconsistent as a young player, so a couple of bad games and they give you the flick, and it's hard to get through that because you're not really equipped to deal with it. But what you learn pretty quick, though, is it's a tough game. It's a really hard game, and there's no room to really get emotional about it. I mean, you just have to do the best you can do.
I think the frustrations of playing 4 years in the seconds for so long, I think probably started to come out in the way I played footy.
you know yourself, and then you know if you've been picked, you're lucky to be in the side, sort of thing, and that's almost harder than, I think, than being dropped. Because you kind of like, everyone knows, you know, well, he hasn't been playing well, but this guy's been dropped, why isn't he?
You could never assume that you had a spot secure every week. There's always good players coming from underneath, and with the way that Barras used to coach us, you never ever got comfortable with your position. So there was always that pressure to go out there and play well every week.
If you want to get into the team, someone's got to go out of the side, and of course, you know, we balled each other pretty hard. There was no recourse. You know, you went there and you went after that other person's position.
There was 8 guys on the verge, and there was 8 guys looking to get dropped. So what he did was he brought us out he came into the middle of the ground. He said, "You two, blah blah blah, get out into the where the lights are." And we're doing one-on-one, and he stood in the middle of the ground. And whoever's standing at the end of the game will go to Perth. And I wasn't standing, so I lost my spot.
A lot of people say, oh, you got to enjoy. Well, enjoy's all right, but when you're down a league club, you're just too, it's so intense, things like that. You enjoy the fact that you've made it. The enjoyment's off the field and then going back later on. But when you're out there, it's really hard, tough work.
I couldn't honestly say that it's a love the whole time. I don't think anyone could, because when you're getting up at 6 o'clock in the morning, during pre-season, and you're going for a run, and you're 5 months away from playing footy, and here they are flogging you, you think, this can't be right.
It is. It's a lot of extra energy put in through the mind and through the body to get right to play AFL, which I think is going to shorten a lot of blokes' careers.
And the champions have a great aptitude for. I mean, you look at Craig Bradley now, they just train hard every day, and they have a consistency about them, and I think the majority of us go up and down, and the rest of us do it hard, So that's a mental battle.
It is your whole life, and it becomes a 24-hour life, because everything you do, eat, drink, sleep, everything is your job, is football.
People don't realise how hard it is to play AFL and how great the champions are. They see someone running around in the park at Don Valley thinking they could play AFL. It's a million miles from it.
The best way I can describe it is an absolute roller coaster. I mean, end of last year, I played. Our last game was against West Coast, and that was a real positive for me and the team and the club. And all of a sudden you're up again, and then I had to have a reconstruction on the shoulder, and then so I was in pain for about a month, and everything's a struggle. So you're back down again, and then you put in a really solid pre-season again, and you're working back up that upper level, and then all of a sudden I dislocate my shoulder against Melbourne, and you're back down again.
And I mean, I think what really engrosses us is the roller coaster that we live. And every time you go to the footy as a player or a coach, and I think fans are exactly the same, you're going to have a good day if the team plays well, and you're going to have a crappy day if the team plays badly. But at least there's an emotional roller coaster, and I reckon that's what engrosses us.
I remember the half forward line was Conlon, Quinlan, McMahon, and Gary Wilson was resting in the pocket, and here I was, as an 18-year-old kid playing full forward. And I knew that every time Bernie would get it, he'd kick a goal from 70, and every time Mac would get it, he'd try and kick a goal from 80, and every time Mickey got it, he'd try and kick a goal from 100, because he'd run with it and handball to himself, get it back and kick it over my head. So I spent the first year just going like this, just watching the ball go over my head every week.
After 2 years, I had some serious doubts that I was up to it at that stage. I mean, if you had asked me at the end of 1990, after I had a reasonably good year and I played a lot of senior footy and I was playing some good games, I thought, you think that your confidence is that, look, I can be a good league player. And then after 2 years of being sort of a coaching staff, sort of focusing on your negatives and all that sort of stuff, all of a sudden you're sort of coming down and you start to feel really bad about yourself.
You really have to muster up your own enthusiasm after that. You sort of, once the coaching staff aren't sort of acknowledging your existence or whatever, it sort of comes back to you a bit.
The expectations of a week-to-week basis of coming out and playing well on the best of the best in the forward line, really, because everyone expects you to play well, and irrespective of what's going on around you, your environment, how you feel mentally, physically.
That means that if you play well, there's a satisfaction, but there's a next week coming up. If you play badly, there was just this shocking depression.
These days, you go bad for 5 games and
people start pointing fingers and explaining, well, they earn this much money, why aren't they performing? And it becomes much deeper than just losing a game of football.
I think that's one of the main challenges is to week in, week out, go out there the best prepared you can possibly be, and have your body at such a level over such a long time of the year, 30 weeks of the year.
Last year I got away and got right away from the football altogether because I had actually totally lost the intensity, and I was probably better away from the boys than being right in there.
At the moment I'm just battling a little bit with form and vice captain of the footy club and high expectations, and I'm just really battling just to find great form, and I'm putting pressure upon myself, and then I have to be selfless towards the younger guys coming through and try to be positive when I'm a little bit flattered.
There are guys here who, are 25, 26, or at the end of their careers and they're in the reserves, and you don't feel part of it. When you're injured, you don't feel part of the club. Things just keep rolling along, and everyone just forgets about you, and you probably it does get tough, but you've just got to keep as positive as possible.
And when things are tough and things are bad, just got to persevere and persist and don't give up. Because things do have a habit of changing.
You run out on nights when it's freezing cold, raining, and no one wants to be there. And sort of June and July comes along, and it's a really tough barrier. And there's teams always trying to knock you off. There's always better teams out there. It is such a tough competition, but luckily, if you've got good coaches, good players around you, you can pull through those harder times and come out trumps at the end.
That's why it's great having 40 blokes to muck around with and to get you out of the doldrums and back onto the track.
You've won a game and you've gone through such hard work and preparation to win a game that I just love the 10-minute period and the 15-minute period after a game when you've won. I think you shake the opposition hand, and the feeling you've got of these guys, you just do anything for that 120 minutes, walking off the ground with them and then just sharing in the 10 or 15 minutes of a little bit of, what about this, what about that, as you're walking in and you're singing the club song. I think that's what, unless you've actually played, league footy or any sort of footy, that's the sort of thing that you don't realise gives everyone such a buzz.
Everybody's got to do it together. No rule for rich, rule for the poor. Everybody works in together. It's something special.
My name's Stuart Conlon. My dad's Michael Conlon, and he said that I can't play for the same club as he did.
Well, we were always taught not to be involved in any political endeavours or even the committee, to keep it clear of all the problems going on around the club. And it's very hard to do from a player's point of view.
No, the propaganda that was being circulated was that they're going to cut clubs off regardless, and if you wanted to survive in any particular way, this was... So I'm not saying it was misinformation, but there's so much stuff around that as a player it was too much for us to try and get our head around. I mean, we had other things to do, and that's why at the end of the day you've got to let people who run the club.
When Fitzroy went down, a lot of the supporters' hearts went down with the club, and now that I'm out of the scene of AFL footy, I can empathise even more. How a lot of supporters must feel that they've lost their club that they followed for years and years. I mean, I followed Richmond as a kid, but you lose that because you actually play, and you get a bit mumbled up as to who you actually barrack for. But very sad for the supporters, and just a horrible time.
I think we went through stages where, I felt responsible that we weren't playing well, so we weren't creating the revenue to survive. So you often sort of felt, well, if we're able to win some games and play well, then maybe we'd be able to turn it around. So it was that expectation or that feeling of a little bit of, you've let, I suppose, 100 years of tradition sort of go down the drain.
A couple of times you'd wake up in the morning driving the game and you didn't know whether you're going to play because whether the club had folded or didn't have enough money to pay for you.
The players as a group were fantastic in the end, we just stuck together because at the end of the day that was all that was left. I mean, the coach had gone and the president had gone.
I think some people don't realise how hard it was. Until I came up to Sydney, it was an amazing feeling just to be able to play football and not to worry about anything else. And then all of a sudden I thought, well, this is probably the way it should have been for the last 13 years. So And then I always had a lot of respect for anyone that played for Fitzroy, but I had even greater respect at having come to Sydney, what the players at Fitzroy went through that no other club had to, and the performances we were able to put on the board under those circumstances. Anyone that pulled on a Fitzroy jumper from probably 86 onwards under those trying times, I certainly have a lot of time for.
I guess for me as a past player, it's good to see the colours still going around, the Lion logo, the Lion name in the Brisbane Lions. And I hope that we win a premiership, and even though it's not Fitzroy, I'll certainly be pretty pleased.
You get supporters coming up and saying, well, we only follow Brisbane because you and Jono are playing, we see how you go, so we think, well, what happens in a few years when Jono and I aren't here? Where does that leave Fitzroy, I suppose?
We all hated it when the Swans moved. I think we would have died if we hadn't. In fact, I'm certain we would have died if we hadn't.
In the South Melbourne didn't have any money at the time, and our options were either to go into liquidation or to move north. And we as a group of players basically said, look, that's certainly, we'll give this a go. And yes, and because it wasn't explained to the South Melbourne fans at the time what the real situation was, I think a lot of us saw us as just, deserting a club that had great traditions, one of the oldest clubs in the league, and it was tough. And we certainly didn't have any support in Melbourne because we were seen as deserters, and certainly in Sydney, people weren't. They certainly didn't embrace us, that's for sure. And so it was hard.
It was shattering. It was, but when I look back now, it's better to say that was my side before they moved to Sydney, that I haven't got a side at all, and I think that was the other option.
When you see what happened to Fitzroy, and I think about that quite a bit, that I guess we're lucky in a way that we did decide to take that, and it was a gamble at the time, to come up here and give it a go.
And we nearly fell over a few times. Like there were a few occasions when Paul Kelly tossed the coin. If we won the toss, they did a lap of honour. That's how bad things were going. And 1996, I think, just really grabbed everybody and bought everybody. Bought the Swans supporters who had given them away and everything else, and it brought everybody back together again. It's amazing what success can do.
We'll all do things out on the field under great pressure and on the spur of the moment, which in retrospect we're not all that proud of. We've all got those in our lives, and these days you really can't afford to be like that because you get 6 pages in the paper for 3 weeks.
When I first started, all the 6 matches were on the same day, so there was one match of the day and the others were just buried away at the back of the papers, and if you weren't one of the top sides, really you didn't come under any real severe scrutiny, but that's not the case anymore. Everybody gets scrutinised.
We could do a miss kick or miss something or do something, and all the fellow would comment on the radio, and you never had a replay like the players do now, where they make any mistake, it's replayed and replayed and replayed. So
the media over here is very strange. I reckon we get a lot of guys that have never played football and probably couldn't draw you football, but they're there writing in the papers and telling people what they should and shouldn't be doing. You
learn to appreciate the good media and the people who are fair dinkum and they want to sort of help the game, and you realise that you've got to take criticism and you won't survive if you can't do that.
It's not a nice thing to have your failure, you know, no matter what it is, all over the paper. There's no doubt about that, but you can't get away from it, so I just put my head down and tail up and sail out into it. But it wasn't an easy thing to do.
When it started hurting my family, that's not right. I just don't think that's the way the media should operate.
3 broken jaws within 12 months, and all the press at the time said, "Oh, you know, this bloke should just give away league footy. He just can't withstand the physical pressure of league football, and is a danger to himself and to football." And you know, I was really hurt by that, because I thought, well, you know, my dream's just beginning. It's you know, I don't want it to end just yet. And you know, at times I think that, you know, sometimes I thought, well, sometimes, you know, you don't know how hurtful the media can be at times, particularly to young players or even to older players.
I didn't realise how rapidly they turn on you, which is really quite amazing. And so they do get stuck in, and they don't really care too much how you feel about it. So it's an intensely personal thing. When someone is bagging you as a player, they're bagging you as a person, and well, that's how a player perceives it.
And being such a small town, or compared to Melbourne in Perth, you know, there's a lot more media scrutiny on you. There's a lot more. One newspaper's got to write about us or the Eagles, so you know, you're always in the headline every second day.
Yeah, the media scrutiny is the toughest part, I reckon. You know, you can play 2 bad games and suddenly you're a bad player, or you can play 2 good games and then suddenly you're the best player ever. It goes. I think there's a very small attention span or recognition, because the reality is that people go out every week to try their hardest, and they don't go out to play bad, or they always go out to play well, and sometimes just don't play well. And sometimes maybe your career's, that's it. But a lot of people don't realise how much hard work is put into it. So the scrutiny is frustrating and disappointing sometimes.
There's not too many other jobs, though, that they would be under the microscope as much as what a league footballer would be.
If you have a bad day at the office, I mean, you and a few others might know, but if we have a bad day, you know, the whole country knows, and they let you know about it.
I remember like going home from training, walking out, and you'd always get followed out by a reporter because they think they could get the young bloke to cough up some information that the older blokes wouldn't. So.
In the early years, Alf Brown used to be a great critic of mine. He used to say Melbourne's got no weakness except on one wing.
It's amazing how the media people can really get their favourites and all that. And it's disappointing, because I think as an athlete you really look for some positives.
From the media point of view, on that night I didn't want to talk to them, mainly because the focus needed to really be on Robert Harvey, and I understood totally that people wanted to speak to myself, knowing, you know, how do I feel, and, you know, what's going through your mind at the moment, and how are you going to react to this, and will there be sort of any appeals, or I didn't want to deal with it on that night, because really it was Robert Harvey's night.
Didn't matter what you did, you're in the limelight. I went to pick up my aunt one day before a Collingwood game, and she was staying at the Australia Hotel, and as we walked down the steps at 9 o'clock she fell, and I fell too. And it was only 2 minutes before it was back to the club that I'd spent the night at the Australia Hotel with this woman, and we were both drunk and fell over and fell into Collins Street. You know?
There's no way that players can escape it now, and it's become such a huge industry. And once upon a time, you know, things would happen at the weekend, and by Monday they'd be buried. We've got so many other football programs now throughout the course of the week that anything that makes news on Saturday or Sunday is going to be regurgitated up until probably Friday, and then it will become probably part of the talkback for that next weekend as well. So it's just ongoing now, and there's no real escape for the players.
But now you've got 17,000 football shows and 500 reporters where every little incident, and someone will pick up on it because it's a scoop and it's a story for someone.
There's so much money involved, and you're paid like like an executive, like they say these days. You've got to accept criticism, and I think if you can turn that criticism into your own advantage, I've always felt the best criticism you can give is from yourself.
But I suppose you've got to sit back and say, well, much as you hate that stuff being written about you, no matter who you are, you've got to say, well, maybe it's pretty realistic that he was at the game and he watched it.
Oh, it's something that I probably didn't handle too well early on, but something that I've learned to live with now, and you know, I think you even learn to enjoy it to some degree.
is Jackson. And my name is Jed. And our dad is called Andrew Buse. And we've heard fans call my dad names that our mum never lets us say.
When you're playing bad, you come down, you sit on the bench, and you hear, "About time they took you off, you weak bastard." You got to cop it. They're right. They're very right. But geez, it's hard to handle.
You feel sorry for the fans as well because they're so emotional about the game. And if anything, at times I think maybe they feel it more.
Oh, the barrackers here, they were, you know, if you had a good game, you were a champion. If you had a crook game, well, you would, you know, they didn't want to know you.
It was terrific when you played a good game because you knew everybody wanted to buy you a drink. But when you didn't, they'd give you the flick, you know.
I remember the stuff I was copping from the Port Power crowd, just, you know, absolutely abusing me and thinking that, you know, like I've just put my body on the line and you know, put my heart and soul into a game and come up with a broken rib, and all these people can do is just bag you, you know, and you think, well, you know, they're human.
I'm thinking, well, he's a Collingwood supporter. He's got the footy, and I want the footy. So I thought, okay, well, I'll go and get it. And just as I got there, he dropped the footy in the gutter. And before I leant down and picked it up, I thought of the David Parkin incident, and I thought, oh, here we go. I hope the cameras are on me, because if he belts me, they're going to get him. And so anyway, dropped it, and I leant down to pick it up, and all I could hear was about 10 Collingwood cheer squad people spitting on me. And I just thought, well, they're entitled to do that. I've been told that that's what Collingwood supporters do, but they did it.
We're doing the warm-up, and a spectator wasn't too happy with the Brisbane Bears as they were there, and happened to throw a sausage roll and hit me right in the head. Had sauce all over my face, and then another time where the players took until quarter time to compose themselves and stop laughing.
An apple core, which was thrown from outside the boundary line, hit the ball, and the ball just dribbled off his boot.
I'd gone 12 months before being one of their favourites to just being castigated by these people, and walking off half-time and after the game, just the volley of abuse from, like, they were jumping over on top of the race and abusing me.
There's often that time where if you're playing badly, you feel like crap, you feel like shit. People are bagging you, you walk down the street and they're going, oh, you're shit in the lawyer or whatever, you can't get a kick.
I remember sitting back at home watching a game of footy, and I was at suspended at the time. It was Sydney versus St Kilda in 93, I think it was, and seeing the pig run under the ground. And I remember having a great chuckle myself, thinking how good it was that someone had actually got through the gatekeeper and through the turnstiles or whatever, carrying, I don't know how he got a pig through there, but anyway, got a pig through there, and I thought that was great, how anyone could do that. And then I remember my amusement going to just about ripping the chair apart and frothing at the mouth to see that my name was on this pig. And I remember just telling myself there from that day on, whenever I come up against Sydney, that they were going to pay.
Fans need to be aware that every time somebody runs across the ground, they're going out there to try and do their best. And whether they play to that level, well, there are other things that impact on that, but they are out there trying to do their best.
You know, I was talking to a bloke at a wedding one day, and he said to me, he goes, my mood, my life's controlled by how well you blokes play, how well I play. Because if I have a shit game and Hawthorn have a shit game, he has a shit week, he'll have a shit night. If we have a good win, he goes out and he'll have a great night. And his whole life's affected by it. And like when you're dealing with people like that week in, week out, it gets to you a little bit.
And there was still 2 rows thick of Geelong supporters just giving it to us. You know, this is after the game, you know, it's 20 minutes, we've got our medals, we're halfway around the oval, and they're still there. I mean, we actually belted them more in 94 than we did in 92, and here these people are giving it to us. You know, F off home, you know, you mug, you bastards, all this sort of stuff. They're giving it to us. And I said, look at the Woosh, look, this is what football's all about. Here they are, these supporters, they got belted today, and they're still here giving it to us, you know.
And I love playing full forward when you can hear the crowd yell at you all day, and you know, you hear some really great comments from them. Obviously, you can't repeat a lot of them.
I think there was a funny one on the weekend against Collingwood. Someone shouted out, I think it was a Collingwood supporter or something, that Savarotti had more hair on his shoulders than what I've got in my head. So I thought that was very different. I hadn't heard that one before.
this day, he ran in and he spiralled the biggest torpedo in low into the cheers squad, and it just went. And if it hit someone in the head, it would have knocked their head off. That's how hard he wanted to hit him, because he just wanted to give it back to him. But in the process, obviously he hadn't warmed up properly and he hadn't had too much running. He tore his quadricep in doing it as he kicked it. And as he's kicked it, he's gone like this, and he's ran and he's grabbed his leg, and then they're all cheering, Suiches, Aweka, Suiches, Aweka. And as he's going off, he had to go off. They've given him the biggest Bronx cheer, they're chucking things at him. I've seen someone give him the 2 fingers as he's going off.
And the other one's probably get away from the fence because they're scaring the kids. So there's a few going around, yeah.
You know, the old lady with no teeth, you know, hangs over the players' race and slags at you through the grill there. It's just, you can't believe that someone that age, someone like your grandmother would be doing that to someone your age. So it was just hard to believe.
Just once, only once, I would have liked to have picked that lady out in the crowd, gone to her workplace, and heckled living daylights out of her.
Hey, Busey. Yeah, Spider's found the old bitch that was abusing us. She works down here, apparently. Great. There she is. Look at her.
Be near it. Oh, go on, give us the box, that's it.
This is at a detailer and top.
Are you typing? Are you supposed to be working? Get to it.
You're too short. Well, she is. Don't get old inbred. You're nothing but a bitch. Go get Shell. She can
Bring Shirley on. Bring Shirley on.
You can't type. Get off.
Get her off. Go
you
on.
garden gnome, you fat garden gnome.
No good.
You short fat garden gnome. Get off.
You're a
bitch. Go get Shell. She can
Bring Shirley on.
It's a big yeah.
Jeez, I feel better now.
From Kununurra, he drove all the way and made it all the way to Melbourne and back. And he saw it, he pinched a bit of dirt, he talks about it, he went to the MCG, got a handful of dirt, took it back in his HQ hold and drove it all. No air conditioning, no ABS, no suspension, no bloody, you know. He did it all on 3 on the tree with the old HQ hold on it. And when you hear stories of that, you think, well, these people are genuinely passionate to support their footy club. And you take that out and say, well, you know, we can't let these people down.
And always remember, there's one thing you've got to remember, is the supporters out there, they're the ones that make you. You don't make them.
And they got the right to have a bit of a say, because the fans is what the game's all about. There's a lot of tough times in footy, especially when you have a bit of a form slump, and that's very hard on the mind.
I think the real stresses come when you're losing, because when you're winning, it's so easy. Like, the team's winning, you know, even if you're not playing particularly well, you can still get away with it without too much focus put on you. But as soon as the side loses, it's a whole new ball game.
It affects your whole life. I mean, I'm a school teacher. I used to go to school and the kids are going, hey, get belted again, Mr. Green. 178 points against Collingwood. Next week, you got belted by 60 points. Or, I mean, your whole life is affected. And it's, look, on the other side of things at Hawthorn, so that's why I appreciated winning so much, is because I knew what it was like on the other side, and I never ever wanted to go back to that.
I rate players and I rate people on how they are when things are like that, and I've met some terrific people at football clubs whose spirits are still high when things aren't going their way. But I tell you, it's a real testing time for an individual when you're not playing well and the team's not playing well.
Today you've got to be able to do everything, and everybody has to do everything. It's an age of versatility and high expectation and high accountability, and that's pressure, and that's the sort of pressure we never had to deal with.
Each year the expectation goes up even higher, depending on how you go, of course, and then of course winning the Brownlow, then the expectation goes up even considerably higher.
When I was a kid I used to come to training, I used to love it and used to just want to get out there and play, but the pressure takes away a lot of that fun and a lot of that enjoyment, and I've found that the biggest probably disappointment about getting a bigger profile and having a bit of success. Like, success is great and that's what you want, but there's a lot of things that come with success as well.
Just family and friends' expectations, like they know you're in an AFL club and you want to be playing senior football and you're doing everything to play senior football, but when you can't get a game, it's just a little bit hard. Like, I feel a little bit hard just you know, friends saying, oh, you know, when are you going to be in the ones? And, you know, you try your best. You say, oh, you know, hopefully soon.
At the moment, I'm finding the pressures of coming up week after week when your body's under the pump from the week before, and really just trying to recover and keep up with the young guys. The game's getting quicker, and when I missed I missed 95, 96 and most of 97 with knees, and from my last game in 94 to my first game in 97, the game had changed tenfold. It had just gone so much quicker, and it felt as though I was left behind, so I had to readjust and rediscover my speed, my fitness, and that took a lot of getting used to, and a lot of pressure was placed upon me because I wasn't sure if I could make it.
My motivation was driven by an absolute fear of failure, and I never ever really got to the stage of my footy career, even after 100, 150 or even 200 games, of really thinking I was at home here. I was battling every second and every minute and every quarter of every game to hang on and do the job that I was designated to do.
And even when I was captain, and I was fairly much assured of a game next week, the pressure was still on to prove myself, which is a bit different from the champion player whose confidence is up and he knows when he goes for the ball he gets it.
You know, all in all, your whole league career is really, even in those days, was a fair bit of pressure on you all the time to sort of keep you going and keep your form and try and hold your place. I mean, there's no sort of such thing as a walk-up start.
I wanted to be a league footballer. I wanted the people to like me. I wanted the media to like me. All I had to do was to play well, and that's pressure. Pressure is in the minds of every. Fair dinkum got up. It's unbelievable. I mean, what do? You're doing something that you enjoy. You train at to be good at it, and then you go out and perform. And the bigger crowds, the better you play.
Going across there, starting a new career, so to speak, and that weight off my shoulders, getting away from the expectations and the club that we'd been involved with, was just huge.
I think when you've done what Paul's done, played 200 games and kicked over 400 goals, you start looking around for half-forward flankers that do that, and they're few and far between, and yet he's been the recipient of a fair bit of stuff that I don't think he would have copped if his name had been Paul Smith or Paul Jones.
Supporters would say, oh, you're not as good as your old man, or you're not as tough as your old man, or you're better than your old man. And if Dad's watching this, there wasn't too many of those, Dad.
But on match day, I think it's just the scrutiny of that many people in the box. And and a player can't do something that goes unnoticed.
It's a poor of a block than a shepherd.
We've now even got the computer saying beep, beep, beep. You know, the sacrificial acts have now fallen below the level we need to win this game, and these are the 6 blokes who haven't produced one. We can actually do this. So we can actually send the runner out and impose some thought process, at least on the player, saying, you haven't been thinking about your mates too much. You make yourself a good player, but what about making your mate your best player?
And then on the week, after the weekend's finished, we pore over our statistics and try and analyse him that way. Runs from behind, hard ball gets, contested marks, team acts, 1%ers, and particularly if it's something that we don't want, the behaviour we don't want. We're quick to jump down his throat.
Jack and my grandfather's name's Duncan Wright. My grandfather told me that when you run onto the footy ground, something could happen that stays with you for the rest of your life.
I think a lot of players are remembered just for certain things, other than some of the great moments. Jimmy Stein's running through the mark, but Jimmy won a Brownlow, and Duncan Wright throwing probably the best right hook of all time in a final. And Phil Manasseh's run down the far wing will be remembered forever. And I think deep in the back of a player's mind, on grand final day, there's always that thought, if I did something real special, I'll keep bobbing up on, footy programs for the next 50 years.
You don't know what's going to happen. Say for example, my run in '64 grand final, which put us in front. If it hadn't have been for that run, it probably may not have been well known as. But it was only one game in 12 years of senior football.
I didn't really hear the siren, and going back to take my kick, I didn't really see Jimmy Steins run through the mark. But obviously these things had transpired because I was about to let loose with a big spiral to get the ball forward.
I suppose just the humiliation at that very moment when you go, oh my God, I've just done something and there's no way out of this. It's like I am in deep shit.
I can remember Greenie came up to me, he put his hand around me and leant his head on my shoulder and said, for God's sake, Bucky, the siren's gone, kick the goal.
What am I going to do? And you're trying to find a solution and you can't because there isn't any. And everyone has seen it, or they're going to see it.
But I was more nervous half an hour after the game, when it all sunk in and the euphoria died down, when you have a bit of time to sit down and reflect yourself. I can remember shaking, starting shaking, and thinking, geez, what if I had missed? How would I have felt?
Because at first, because you go through this whole guilt trip, and at first you go, well, no one saw it, because no one really knew what the hell the 15-minute penalty was for. Your teammates anyway, because that's all you sort of thinking of at the time. But then suddenly the reality hits, my God, everyone's going to find out about this and I'm going to have to live with this forever.
I've asked you a few times, but you never told me. I'm still asking, what happened?
I don't know, you have to ask Neil Mann, who seems to know.
I don't think Manny saw it. I don't think there's anybody in the whole stadium saw it.
I certainly didn't see it, and obviously I was down the other end because it was on a half-back flank.
No.
I was on the half-forward flank. I didn't even see it. No, I don't think there's many people that happened that
because
really
nothing
quickly.
happened. How can you see something if it doesn't happen?
Yeah, it had to happen.
Somerville sort of elbowed him in the ribs like that, and Dunk just went bang and he knocked him rotten. The ball's up the other end, you see, so I nudged Bobby Rose and I said, Bob, Duncan's just knocked out Somerville just here, And Duncan's got his hands on his hips looking down at him. And Bob sent his runner out, he said, tell the players to get around him, don't stand there like that, he looks too guilty,
Well, that's the first time I've heard that story. Have you heard that, man? You reckon he knew what happened?
No.
He's never told me.
Darryl Griffiths was the only player that saw it. We'd all sort of gone on and watched the ball, and he said, he said Duncan Wright's knocked Somerville clean out. And they turned around and his poor old Johnny Somerville, he was gone. Yeah, Duncan standing there as if, that God had struck him down. Very unconcerned he was.
They tried to get me on an assault charge, actually. And they all told different stories, so I break the rap. So the man's innocent, isn't he?
Of course he is, yeah.
End of story.
End of story.
In the 1976 grand final, I got reported for coat hangering Keith Gregg with the clenched right fist coat hanger. And Bill Taylor, who was the umpire, reported me for some reason for a clenched left fist. And I got off on the technicality. The tribunal said justice has to be seen to be done. And you can imagine that in the modern era, the tribunal will just let you change it. So it's changed, I think, for the better, to be honest. I think it's for the better, but it's a very different level of brutality or deliberate brutality in the game in the year 2000 there was in 1970. And I'm sure earlier than that, absolute pre-TV, it must have been much, much more brutal again.
Players got away with murder in those days was because they did a lot of spiteful things behind play.
And I can remember Big Carly come past and we'd be 5 or 6 goals down and we weren't going to, we couldn't, and he'd come past and he'd just sort of say out the side of his mouth, I think it's about time we took a couple, He'd go and hook into someone and just relieve himself of his disappointment.
Worse, I guess, was the ball was at the other end. The bloke might just turn around and snot you. And that happened on occasions. I had that happen a couple of times and probably made you pretty wary, and I think it did a lot of damage to the game for a long time. It's fantastic that they've cleaned the game up.
On the way up in the car, Brownie said, "What's a good place to start a brawl at Windy Hill?" And I said, "For heaven's sake, don't do it in front of the Essendon stand." Half time, Brownie and Jerker Jenkins are in it, and it's all in police horses and everything. Graham Richmond had a bit of a slog with one of the Essendon officials, and it was pretty nasty. But Brownie had said to me, going in the car, said, "Where's a good place to start it?" And he started in the wrong place.
One bloke chased me for 3 quarters to get me, and I'd been warned before the game. He eventually caught up with me, but the game was all over, and we had him. But he got 8 weeks for just whacking me from behind, and it was pretty ruthless.
Jeff Southby was the recipient of a pretty wild punch, I think. And Barmy still to this day says he was going for the ball.
I can remember the late Peter Crimmins being Des Tubman, who was a tough, ruck rover with the Essendon Footy Club. I never did bloke in my life. I honestly couldn't find a way to wear paper bag. But he floored Crimo on the railway wickets there on the Linda Crescent side. I'll never forget. I was in the back pocket on the railway side, and I lost it. And I ran, I reckon, 80 metres. And Des was jogging down to a contest which was in front of the old red brick grandstand there. And I came from behind so he couldn't see me. I've hit him with absolutely everything I could, right in the back of the jaw from behind under his left ear. I can never forget it. And I cracked him a ripper. I broke that metacarpal in the back of my hand. Des didn't even look around to see who did it.
Look, there was a lot of blokes that could fight and throw a punch, but a lot of them weren't real tough. When it was their turn to put their head down, they didn't really like to do that. But Tuddy, he was genuinely tough, and if you happen to get one in on him, it might take him 2 years. But you could see him just sort of mentally writing out a receipt and getting, I'm going to cop one of them shortly.
And I looked around because I was horrified of being caught, and he said, "I think it's even Stevens," and we played on. And that was the sort of, you'd seen Crimo go over and didn't do anything about that, and I cracked Tottenham. He said, "Well, we're all square, let's go on."
Get out there at half time and the ball goes down towards that scoreboard end down. The scoreboard used to be over that corner over there. And I'm running, Gallagher's running for the ball and I'm running with him. And I got in front of him, I gave him the best backhand you've ever seen in your life. And he had false teeth and knocked a couple of his teeth out. And it stunned him. His mouth was cut and he was bleeding. And I never forget the goal umpire rushed out to me. And I went, "Oh, God, I'm gone here now." He said, "Lou, if you ever do that again, I'll report you." As it turned out, he turned out to be my mother's cousin. It was a bloke called Mick Rooney.
And look at you done, he said, "You knocked him over. Look at that, a bit of a cut in the eye or something. Why don't you pick some in your own size?" And with that, they're arguing, the umpire's saying, cut it out, and Tommy's saying, "Look what he done to him." And the big fella turned around to Lave and said, "Why don't you wake up yourself? You've been rubbed out 3 or 4 times for kicking and fighting and going on." And just the umpire was going to bounce the ball, Lave said, "This is going to be the 5th, you big so-and-so."
Really, what started, and I still remember vividly seeing it, there was
it was Mick McCarthy and Leon Baker, and they're just pushing and shoving, and all of a sudden it just evolved, as if to say, Mick was saying, well, I'm not going to back down, and Leon Baker said, well, I'm not going to back down, in their minds, I believe. And it was just a push, a shove, and that's what happened. And then all of a sudden, it just evolved, as if to say, well, no one's going to back down here today.
I did the fatal mistake of turning me back on plug, and that's when he got me in the headlock on the ground, and there was no way of getting out of it. And it was almost past that, actually. And I remember getting back up, standing next to him, and sort of seeing a few stars and that, thinking, Christ, you know, I hope they blow a sign so I can get off the ground.
There's a couple of incidences but I can't really remember what's said, you know, in the heat of the battle, when you're actually there grappling with a bloke or got each other in a headlock and yelling and screaming and telling each other little secrets that we probably can't say on the camera.
And Pluggers had Ricky on the ground, and I tell you what, he was giving it to him. So I ran up and I was going to jump into it, and I thought, no, I better not. Plugger might belt me as well, so I took off. I started the trouble and I ran with my life. Plug was an awesome sight when he's at full flight.
I used to live with Peter Worsfold. He played at Brisbane, and he actually at the end of '94, I think he got delisted, and we all had to move out of the unit, and we didn't fix up a few bills. And since he moved back to Perth, it was a bit hard to write out a cheque there and find out where he lived. So a year later, I played '95. We come over here and we played, and it was about 12 months later. And in the first quarter, the balls bumbled out. I think it was the first bounce actually. Balls bumbled out the half-forward flank, and I was playing in the middle. And next minute, the freight train come past me, and I didn't know what it was. Next minute, John Worsfold come up to me and grabbed me by the throat and said that if you don't pay my brother what he's owed, he'll kill me. So I was writing the cheque out at quarter time. So it's probably one of the scariest moments I've ever had in my football career.
Fremantle Dockers, that's the big tip for the AFL's newest team from the West, which will be officially launched in a few hours.
JJ McLean, and my dad's Michael McLean. My favourite player is Darryl Watkins, takes Becky's, and he's a good kicker. I find the name White funny because he's dark like me.
Growing up, my father's white, my mum's black, and all my mates were multicultural. Like Vietnamese, didn't matter. They were just all my mates, all my schoolmates. You knocked around together. You played your sport, not a problem. All of a sudden I get to Melbourne, and you see in the media label you straight away. Instead of back home, I was in the local media, I was a young football star. All of a sudden I ventured to Melbourne and I was a young Aboriginal football star. And I thought, geez, this is heavy. Don't get me wrong, I'm proud of that, but all of a sudden it's an issue that's branded out to everybody.
I came from the era when the Aboriginal wasn't considered good enough to have a vote. Now it took people a long time and took an Australia-wide consensus to decide, yes, the Aboriginal is as good as anyone else. All my life I've had to put up with these slanderous remarks about the fact that you're a descendant of the Aboriginal race means that there are more than one genetic background, but for all intents and purposes for the sledging, you're just another bull. But from my point of view, I didn't have a problem with that because I wasn't the person saying it. The people who make the remarks are the ones who have the problem, not the Aboriginal. You can walk down the street.
And I've come in and sort of tried to say to Crackers, buzz off, lean off, just get on with the game, Crackers. And he's turned around and he knows me a little bit, and he's looked at me and said, now, as for you, Serafini, hasn't your visa lapsed? So I got a bit of a tongue lashing about being Italian and my visa and my heritage. all in jest.
Mate, I can tell you some Aboriginal jokes that can make you laugh, you know, but it's a time and place for things in life, and when you're in a workplace, you've got to understand and respect people. You know, you respect where they're from, their culture, their heritage, their backgrounds. If everyone's got that and respect people, everyone's a lot happier in life.
I believe coaches encourage that to be used against me and to put me off my game.
Eventually I spoke out about it because at the time there was Morris Rioli, the Cracker brothers. They were fantastic players at senior level, and you know, the guys like the Cracker boys were getting rubbed out at tribunal hearings for retaliating.
Because you know, players could get them in by abusing them racially. Well, you know, I think that you know, they certainly took advantage of that, and you know, and I think that Jimmy and Phil's careers may have suffered a little bit from that.
In most cases, the people are saying they were trying to put you off, you know, and if it's part of psychology, well, you've got to learn to put up with it. So I didn't have a worry with it, and it happened, but who cares? All I wanted to do was beat the guy saying it. I didn't want to beat him with my fist, I wanted to beat him with my skill. No, I didn't have a problem with it at all.
The more they did that, the more they made me more determined.
And I remember the coaches used to say, well, you know, you've got to, you know, just try and cop that because it's part of the game, but they never would cop it, and I'd admire them for that.
I guess the Mick Long, Damien Monkhurst incident, Spider Everett, you know, the same incident with Scotty Chisholm, those sort of incidents brought it to a head.
Yeah, racial vilification, I think, obviously didn't just open my eyes, I think, to the subject. I think it opened a lot of eyes through the AFL. Through the time it happened, I don't think the AFL were 100% sure on how it should be controlled and how it should be dealt with. We had mediations and obviously all talks and stuff like that.
And as teams, I reckon, like, we've taken it on board. You know, we've learned lessons from the past and what has happened and it's wrong, and we've gone forward from that because there's so many different cultures in each team, and the respect. I think that's the main thing, that players are now respecting, whether they understand it, are respecting their culture, their history or religion, and that's the main thing.
I can tell you that when we went to the AFL, we wanted this rule or racial vilification thing to be right across the board for all nationalities and backgrounds, whether it's Mil Hanna, Tony Liberatore, Jose Romero, it doesn't matter. It was for equality right across the board.
I just remember, because there were so many Aboriginals playing, we had Basil Campbell and Benny Vergona, they had the Cracker brothers, they had the Kicker brothers as well playing. It was black magic everywhere. What they were doing out in the footy field, later on we got to see.
And they burst onto the scene in West Australia. They just had this uncanny ability to know where each other were on the football field, and some of the things that they could actually do on the football field was just amazing.
Louis was just unstoppable, and I said he just made football. He used to move at a normal pace and make everyone look like they're in slow motion. He certainly epitomised being the best you could be, and in that year he certainly was. He was the best player going around.
Seeing Morris do that, playing in a grand final and winning a North's medal in a losing grand final, and from him presenting the medal to me was something special, because I'd always wanted to achieve something like him. 15
years ago, there was about 6 Aboriginal players in the competition. Now there's 55, almost 60, and the numbers will continue to grow if the AFL are seen to be doing the right thing and pushing out positive messages for our kids right across the board.
One of my biggest regrets in AFL football, I'd have to say, but I think at the same time it was probably one of my biggest learning curves.
10 years ago, I'll guarantee you, if you asked if my boys wanted to follow in my footsteps, there's no way I'd want them to play AFL football. But because I don't want them to be subjected to what I've gone through. But ask me that today, I sit here today and I'll tell you I'd love them to, with no hesitation.
Hawkins, and my dad's Dougie Hawkins. And my dad always tells me, doesn't matter where you come from, you're always equal on the footy field.
My dream was to play footy, and I think if you set a goal and you want to do it, it doesn't mean if you're from Braybrook or where you may be from, or you have a degree in university. If you have a dream and you really set your goals, you can achieve it.
Being part of the team and knowing that no matter what your background in life is and what the other person is, you're all on the same level out there, and you learn to be humble, because someone that perhaps in social life mightn't measure up is able to give you a bit of a lesson.
Footy was a bit of a saviour for me, in a way. I mean, being from Braybrook, Western Suburbs, was a pretty tough area, and I had a lot of mates who went off the track, went the wrong way.
And I think when you come from a humble background, haven't got much, I think the desire is greater than coming from a privileged background. And I say that nicely.
I mean, I couldn't believe here I was, that little fella that was running out the ground cheering Ted. 24 years down the track, here I am in a situation where I'm breaking his club record of 21 years. I mean, it was an awesome feeling. I mean, there again, so even at that stage of my career, playing 329 games, I felt I didn't belong on the same stage as Ted, because he was Mr. Football, and I was still that boy from Braybrook, that knockabout character.
Once you go out on the grounds, you're all equal, I feel, and the moment soon a lot of players realise that, the better.
Today's young players, I worry a bit about them, because at least we were able to play top level and have a career, because training was 4:30, 5 o'clock. Not now. The players are required at 9 in the morning, at 11 in the morning, 2 in the afternoon. They are travelling interstate.
Your whole family works, around your football life, and so if you have a win that week, everything's rosy in the family, and you have a great week. If you lose, it's a dirty week, and you look forward to the next week so you can get some normality back in your life.
You know, it's in football, it's hard to get there, but it's a damn sight harder to stay there. And the longer you're prepared to make those sacrifices, the better it is for yourself.
I don't think it was until you actually finished playing football that you realise it was a sacrifice. When you're a footballer, it's a 24-hour thing, and I think that's the hardest thing to tell people. You don't, if you're a school teacher or an accountant or something like that, you can come home and you become a father, or you become you can leave your work. But I think when you're a footballer, you come home, you've got to watch what you eat, you've got to go to bed early, you can't go out. So your whole life is dictated by what happens on the weekend and by what you actually do.
I spend so much time with the club and neglect your family, and I'm afraid that did have a huge impact on my relationship at home, and I think probably brought it down in the beginning.
The women sacrifice, let us play football, but the children do get pushed aside a bit when you're playing sport like that.
I can't remember my children as children, to be quite truthful, and you can make excuses for that by saying that you were under pressure to fulfil your obligations and responsibilities, in my case 2 jobs over the time, but that's a bit of a cop-out, I think.
From a relationship point of view, and a bit of quality time, which they speak about now with the kids, it was a big sacrifice in those days, and pretty hard to balance up and keep keep everyone happy in the household.
My opinion is that there are other things in life. Always try to keep a balance on life. Always try to have a look at what you're doing and why you're doing it. And if you can, fit in a few other things in your life as well. Don't make it all consuming football.
I think that's one thing that does get you down a bit, and it's certainly those who are close to you, who think that you're prepared to give up time and share time with somebody who means nothing to you in your life, and even the important people being neglected.
You know, you don't think about it at the time because you're all so absorbed in your... It wasn't only the football things, it's associated football things, like you'd be going and opening fates and getting invited to pie nights, and we used to do all that for nothing, of course, in those days.
The sacrifices you have to make, first and foremost, with your family are quite big. Sometimes they don't understand why you have to be at the club down there so long when all you do is play footy.
I think your partners, your girlfriends or your wives, or both, I think they make the biggest sacrifice because they don't get any kudos from it. I said, you're the ones out getting glorified and written up in the press, but they're the ones that make your life at home happy, look after you. I think I still only take the garbage out on a Tuesday and occasionally fix up the kiddie tray. But apart from that, I don't do much around the house. I mean, she does all that, and on top of that works as well.
Work-wise, I find it quite hard because, you can't be there, 9 till 5 because there's always training sessions that you've got to come in for, physiotherapy, extra skills sessions. It's very hard for an employer to say, look, I'm sorry, but we can't employ you because you're just not going to be there.
It's just so much focused on playing footy, their bodies, getting them uniquely fit, and they're like robots. And I just don't know whether I really would have enjoyed that. I really enjoyed my time coming through the old system where you went to work, then after work you went to training.
Nah, I haven't worked. Actually, the club gave me a job here for a couple of months. Left for myself. Never again. Never again. We were cleaning the floors downstairs.
It really is a job. People ask you what you do during the day, and if you say a footballer, they sort of laugh at you and don't believe that it could fill your time, but I tell you, it's definitely a full-time job these days.
These kids are basically fully professional, and then they've got to go out in the workforce, and they're 24 years of age, and they've had no experience in the workforce. Who picks them up?
All of a sudden now, at the end of the year 2000, I'm unemployed and sort of 31 years old, so...
I think footy's a pretty solitary game. It's such an obsessive game that leaves little time for socialising and family occasions, all that sort of thing. You've got to be pretty good at organising to fit all those sorts of things and I think footy always seems to win.
It is just a game, and it is something that we've loved doing since we're kids, and I think that if you can take that into your professional career and continue to enjoy it and have a good time with it rather than get too uptight about the pressures of it, I think that'll hold you in good stead.
And I just think the rewards are massive now, so anything you have to sacrifice to play the game, it is worth it, because you get that much of a head start on the average person that you really are lucky, and it's really worth it.
Holding the Premiership Cup as captain of the Premiership team in 1965, that would be the most memorable. That was just a great feeling of satisfaction and achievement. That it was just something that you wanted to do and wanted to be part of a team that was successful, and with 100,000 people around, cheering, most of them cheering the victory. That was something special.
When I coached or played, I just think the main thing that you could always hang your hat on was effort. Even without ability, if you didn't have the effort, you get slaughtered. If you had no ability and you had the effort, you might still be a chance.
I certainly run out there, have a look around the crowd, see all the people that have come to watch you play football. I'll talk to my opposition players, whether I know them or not, maybe have a bit of a laugh on the field, because I want to try and enjoy football while I can, instead of running out there tense and uptight and feel all the pressure in yourself.
If you're a good player or an average and above player, then you should be able to set yourself up for life, I reckon. You should you get that much money these days, and the average wage I think is $117,000, and it's just amazing the sort of money that you can get.
And sometimes we forget what opportunities the game, football, the game itself has given to us. financially as well, as making so many friends and family as well.
The best times in footy are the interstate trips, because you all pack up your bags and head off to the airport, and it's like a school camp, a footy trip.
That's the thing about football. I mean, it takes you so many other places which you never thought you'd see.
Just because somebody plays football, everybody thinks he's JC on wheels. And I have been credited with abilities and stature that I don't possess, just because I once played football with a modicum of luck and a modicum of success.
And to any young blokes listening, it's terribly important to behave yourself on and off the ground, and the benefits are still coming.
There's no doubt I was fortunate that when I come over, I played in a team that had some great characters. There was a lot of extroverts and there's some introverts, but they just gelled as one team.
And we went across for the toss of the coin, and he, said, "Hello, how's Marion, how's everything?" And right, we've tossed the coin. I've called heads, and to this day I still don't know who won, because just before it hit the ground he said, "I'll go down," and ran back to the centre. Now, I don't know what you would have done, but I thought I'll tell the umpire he's cheated me and everything else. But by the time I got back to the centre, the Footscray stands erupted, they won the toss. Both sides have gone to their respective positions, and I went to water and let him win the toss. 4 years later, when I was actually captain, and we were playing at the Lakeside Oval, and it was my turn to toss, and I thought I'd do exactly to him what he did to me. And we went across for the toss of the coin, and go through the preamble. I've tossed, he's called heads, and at the same time we both went the one way. And we're running back to the centre, and he's saying, "You're not going to cheat me," and a few adjectives, and I'm saying, "You're not going to cheat me." We got back to the centre and no one had moved. They were saying, "Come on, you two, who's won the toss?" He surrendered that day because he'd cheated me 4 years earlier.
Basically, he was sort of having a little bit of a crack about my weight. It was early on in the season. He believed I was carrying a little bit more than I should have been. And anyway, about 15 minutes later, I got a tap on the shoulder, and one of our trainers had run out with a bigger size pair of footy shorts and told me that Brad Scholl had told him that I needed a bigger pair of footy shorts, and sure enough, 15 minutes later, during the game, the trainer ran out. Just the banter that goes on in the club rooms between the likes of Spider Everett, Jason Cripps, the Wakeland sisters, is just something that you couldn't write. The funniest comedians in the world couldn't write, because, it's such quick humour, it's sort of like sparring, coming back at each other. That's probably the highlight for me, is I just sit back and try not to get in the crossfire.
I think it's funny how everyone's such close mates, but you're always trying to play jokes on each other and really do things to just annoy each other.
You couldn't wear a bad piece of clothing, or have your hair cut in a certain way, or do something that was obviously an opening for someone to jump down and pick up.
Like, obviously words that had hate in them, it's the third quarter and 33 and all, there was...
And they actually jacked it up. His Sandman, beautiful, whatever it was, Holden station wagon. And of course he's got into the car, and we're all around the door, and he's put in the gear, waved to all the mates, put in the gear, and it doesn't take off. And he revved it, reversed, revved it. Of course, eventually fell off the bricks when it's flat out in reverse. It's come back and it's hit that brick wall and actually reduced it by about 2 metres. I've never seen 30 blokes disappear as fast up into the grandstands and out the door, because he had a violent temper when the jack was on him.
There's also Kreza, actually, he's been in the gym. He was doing his weights, doing some flies, and when he's come back down, he's sort of got something caught in between the weights that he didn't want in there. It caused him a bit of pain.
Dick went all round to the players and sprayed them with perfume. And we all thought, now what's going on there? What's happening here? And the idea was that he was trying to set us up, because when our wives are waiting to meet us, he probably thought, I've got to get these guys in trouble because they've been playing up with the hosties. Would that be right, Dick? Can you remember that?
Yeah, they used to play a few tricks on me, and I thought, well, this is a good one. And somebody gave me a bottle of perfume. I thought, well, they're going to go smelling nice when they get off from our trick.
Just, little silly things, blokes putting dank rub on blokes' swim goggles or in the front part of their Speedos, and all those sort of silly little things.
He shaved his legs, but he never shaved his bum, so I couldn't cope with that when he used to get out of the shower.
Just wedging his, bathers up the crack of his bum and walking through the shower block, trying to incite everyone. And
I went and bought some fish, and he just left it outside of his house and just let it really get a nice stench to it, and he put it in Mick's car, and it was just absolutely disgraceful.
They told Ron Barassi to go to this particular club in Oxford Street, and Ron, not being too familiar with Sydney, he turned up.
But I did notice on the way, and it was very dark, and there were a few people there who'd been to the match. Good on you, Brass, well done, Swannies, and all this sort of stuff. And as my eyes grew accustomed to the dark, there's no girls here, no women.
I think it was when the guys started talking to him in their quite nice voices that Brass realised he'd been set up.
And then when a steward came up and started talking to me, I thought...
And this is after half an hour, mind you, so I think Brass might have enjoyed it, that he'd half drunk his Bundy and Coke, and then I think he realised where he was, and I think he put the drink down and got out of there.
I think I've been had here.
There's no easy way, there's only honesty. You just got to tell the people what you're thinking at that particular time. I suppose the most difficult part is on the Thursday night before a grand final, you're going to go and tell 5 or 6 blokes that they're not in the side. Once in a lifetime opportunity could slip away from them, and I know it's a very difficult time for them and their families, but that's what the game is all about.
Unfortunately, I got dropped the round before the finals, and St Kilda obviously went on to play in the '97 grand final, and that's probably the most bitter feeling I've ever had in footy, and I was absolutely shattered at that point.
And the reasons they gave were, well, you didn't do what you did in the seconds last week, and the answer would be from me was, I didn't get a run.
That day I was dropped for the first final because the seniors lost the game, and that was it. That was the end of the season. So you didn't have to come down and face anyone, so you could be shitty with the club until pre-season started again.
It wasn't good. It just wasn't good. The bag would be flung across the room, and excuses were made probably, and people would call names, and so they've been through all that. And friends didn't understand. Friends were saying, well, we thought you did all right, but why aren't you there? I mean, what can you say?
This isn't a great period, I must admit. It is very frustrating. There's a lot of emotions that go through, I suppose, when things aren't going well. You've got anger, you've got frustration, there's a bit of self-doubt there as well.
When I first came to training after being delisted, I really did feel out of place because I wasn't effectively on the list. Even though I'd been here for 5 years already, I wasn't effectively a Sydney Swan player anymore, so these guys weren't my teammates anymore, and I found that very tough.
This is my 10th year at the club, and as I said, it's been a pretty frustrating one. Sometimes you think that you must have rabies because no one wants to speak to you, and you've got the young guys sort of running past your training and making you look slow, and it's not a good position to be in.
I know when I was dropped from the Richmond list, I was highly disappointed. I felt I'd been affronted because I felt I still had something to give Richmond, but they make the decisions, and in fact I've still got the paper cutting from the Age that shows I was traded for Kevin Sheedy, so I suppose that's a reasonable trade.
Well, Ron Barassi last training night in 1971, he said, oh well, let's make it a good one for Saturday because I finish up and Serge finishes up. What? That was it. But I was 33 years of age, so it was probably time to go.
I was useless up in the stands, and I think Daniel Southern was suspended at the time, and both of us were sitting there and we were crying uncontrollably after the game. It was, I suppose that's how much it means to us, and just we're a breath away from being in a grand final. And that's, I suppose, been a lifelong goal to play in a grand final, and to get so close yet so far was just devastating.
To lose the preliminary final by 2 points and then lose a Brownlow by any discretion throughout the year was a real sour taste in the mouth for the effort and the season that we'd had.
I respond to John actually ripping one into my guts, which no one saw in the heat of the moment. So out went the open hand, and down went Big John. And of course 20 years later he regained his memory and realised that I hadn't hit him at all, but it was 20 years too late because up I went to the tribunal and they put 2 and 2 together and I got 4.
Whilst you're part of the team for all that year, and I sort of think there just seems to be something missing if you don't actually play in the big game, and that's the real disappointing factor.
It's just not playing in that grand final side with the guys that I loved and the guys I just enjoyed being with. It's just that little missing link that just would have been the cream on the coffee from my viewpoint. And even now when there's reunions and things of those premiership sides, for a reason I can't quite put my finger on. I don't feel that I'm part of it. All the guys say, oh, you were just as much a part of it as we were, but you just don't feel it.
Well, the grand finals were a great thing, but to play in one drawn grand final, 4 losing grand finals means every time I see the grand final or come and watch one, you see the team that wins and you kind of get a bit annoyed, and it's a bit of a downer really, because we were so close, and I would have liked to have experienced that.
We got runners-up medals, and when we were walking off the ground, Maury heaved his into the crowd. And I think it was sort of after that experience they decided not to give them any more.
You know, you talk about grand finals, and Peter Moore played in 4 and didn't play in a winning premiership, and I think in some ways you could say, well, isn't it great that he played in 4 grand finals? And in other ways, I can think of nothing worse than having got to the pinnacle 4 times and failed to get over the line. That's not his fault because it's a team sport, but I would have rather have finished out of the grand final if I knew we weren't going to win it.
I can't imagine what it must be like for some players that have only ever experienced the downside of it, not the upside of it. I'd find that very difficult to deal with.
But then to be 7.5 goals in front and lose is devastating. And I must say, for the rest of my football career, I played in finals, of course, but not in another grand final. And it really does wreck your whole football career.
A lot of good footballers haven't played in a premiership side, which is incredible, isn't it? But it's happened to many.
Yeah. People have said, would you swap one Brownlow for a premiership medal? You can have the 3 Brownlows for a premiership medal.
I'd give the 1300 up, I'd give the Brownlow, I'd give Coleman medals, all those personal awards, which are fantastic. I'd give them all up tomorrow for a premiership medal.
That's what the game is all about. It's a great character builder, our game. There's so many ups and downs, and it's only when you go down, that's how you get up again. That's the important thing.
My name's Kate Gowers, and I'm sometimes called Coo, and my dad's Andy Gowers, and when he finished AFL, I missed the excitement, and I think secretly he missed it too.
A number of players, their careers get cut short, and I think it's hard to cope when it is cut short, and it's hard enough coping when it's not. Even when you know the day's coming, it's still a letdown because you're in the premier competition in the country, in the world for football, and then all of a sudden that all ends, and it is hard to cope with.
When I had to give it up, I really miss it. You still miss it now, and I wish I could play.
I think it's probably the first time in your life you probably even consider your age and the fact that physically you're not in your prime anymore.
I must say, after you miss it, you miss it for 2 to 3 years. To adjust again, you have to adjust your whole lifestyle again. No training and matches.
I don't miss training. Not that I train that much, I still don't miss it. And the meetings, the 2-hour meetings about what went wrong and watching videos and going over and over stuff, and I don't miss that. And the travel and sitting in the hotel room watching the telly and sitting in there, I don't miss that either.
You've probably had all your dreams focused upon, and that's been to play this game, and you've never thought beyond not playing this game and then that's the realisation, or hell, that is all over.
But it's a real mental battle, and when I coach, I really feel for players in the latter stage of their career, because you're fighting the inevitable and you know you're going to lose the battle eventually.
My wife is very keen, I know, for the day when I'm finished and we can start to have a life together, I suppose, more so, and she can start to, have a bit of her life back and not be so much ruled by what I do and where I am, and my children as well. It'll be a great day when we can start to, I suppose, be normal people again.
That's probably the best example I can give you of what football meant to me. That even 6 years after I retired, I'm still thinking about playing the game.
There's one thing I do miss. It's that sort of, I don't know, it's just the interaction and the camaraderie of all the players together, and I don't think I could sort of live for the next 60 years. I don't think you can actually ever replace that, in general life itself.
Just the guys, I suppose, talking crap and carrying on and having a laugh, it was good fun, hanging shit on each other at training drills and having a joke around and having a beer with them after the game, and just guy stuff. I think once you leave that arena, you lose that. Time changes and everybody has to move on, but that was good fun, and just playing footy, which is what it was all about.
My worst memory is finishing playing last year, and that's only recent, so it's still in the mind. I'm doing some work at the Western Bulldogs, and the first game this year I was okay with it up until about 2 days before the first game, and it was Western Bulldogs playing Adelaide, and the boys were about to run on the ground, and I thought I was going all right. I thought I was trying to help the midfield guys who I'm dealing with, and I think Nathan Eagleton picked up on it, that I was struggling. He just sort of smiled and said, "How you going with it?" So I think he sort of picked that I was doing it a bit hard.
The hardest part, I think, is you're not part of the inner sanctum, the players, you're used to being in there and everybody's talking to you, but once you finish, you don't feel any part of that anymore, and that's pretty hard. Everybody says, "Oh yes, you want it, we'd love to see you," but you're no longer the part of that inner sanctum, and that's what hurts more than anything, that you're not there anymore.
That's one thing you do miss, and it's a bit sad because it's, I walked through the club rooms 2 weeks ago, dropped off some pasta and all that, and it was funny. It was like I walked through there, and it was almost as if I never even played for the club. It was like you finished, you had your time, you move on.
I used to remind them a little bit that they were great players, but maybe their time was up and it was our time coming through, and I don't know if they appreciated it that much.
You get these younger, smart bums coming up and they start calling you grandpa and things like that. Just like, Jesus, Tom, moved further on past you.
I remember I got into Dougie Hawkins one day and told him that all I'd ever heard on TV was about how skillful he was, and he'd kick one out in the full, and I went and reiterated it to him. I said, "Where's the skill that I've always heard about?" And he wasn't that impressed with it, with a young up-and-coming player annoying him that way.
At the end of their career, it's all gone, it's all vanished suddenly. The money stops, the intense physical pressure stops, a lot of things stop, and there's nothing. And in fact, in true Australian ethos, there has been, and they know that.
I think they haven't coped all that well in the past, and I think as administrators we've let them down a bit in that area. We get them in, we get them in an environment for 10 or 12 years. When they're finished as a player, we just throw them out, basically. And I know some friends and I know quite a few players that really struggle with that. All of a sudden that, you're the blue-eyed boy around the place, then you're out on your own with no life support systems or no life skills.
The pressure's gone, and they're looking over their shoulder. They're looking for something that's gone forever, and they take a while to adjust. Marriages break up. I think one of the great stories of Hawthorn is that grand final sides in the 70s, only 1 or 2 marriages endured that era.
You really struggle, I think, with your own identity. The question is, who am I if I'm not a football star? There's a bit of an identity issue that you have to come to terms with and realise that you are just an ordinary bloke who happen to be, a gifted football player, and that takes a little bit of adjustment for a lot of players, I know, and for me as well.
He's actually rung me up and said, "Greenie, I'm not sure whether I'm going to be coaching again or not, but if I am, you won't get a game." I picked my jaw up off the floor and I said, "Well, yeah, what do you mean?" He said, "Well, look, son, your contract's expired. We've got a lot of young kids coming on now. I think it's time that you retire, because I can't see you getting a game. And I said, look, yeah, I'll take the chances. I don't want to play. I don't want to not play. I want to keep playing. I love the game. Been doing it since I was 16. He said, yeah, it's your decision, son. But don't come to me during the course of the year and say, look, why aren't I getting a game?
People say that they like players to retire while they can remember them being on top. And I say that people should retire when they want to retire. And it doesn't matter so much of what other people think about how they view them, it's how the person himself views his own self.
There's a good saying, it's much better to be missed than dismissed.
You know, when their careers are finished by injury or loss of form or old age or whatever it happened to be. And it is a terrible time, I have to say. They're the moments that I've least enjoyed as a coach, trying to cope with that myself and understand that I'm a part of this, and then try and assist and support that player to get back on the road to a reasonable life again.
My body would go through the symptoms of sweaty palms, just butterflies, and I wasn't playing.
I don't think it was any secret that in '88 I went through a bad time mentally.
And he really battled for a long time, like 6 or 12 months later, and had massive depression associated with his identity now being for himself nothing.
I think I was dropped for the first time in my career in '88, and I struggled with that. Not the fact that I was dropped, but the fact that the realisation that my career is coming to an end.
He was hospitalised. I mean, he's an all-time great at Carlton, sensational AFL player, one of the best of all time. All of a sudden, he's cast adrift too, and he couldn't handle it. I couldn't handle it. It's just that is the hardest thing anyone has to come to grips with when you finish.
Well, I do feel sorry for some blokes who've got nothing else outside their football, come straight off the lights. It's like jumping off the stage into the river, isn't it?
As you get into a routine, it becomes second nature that you get up and do your physical work, and just to come home and sit down and not having to train, even though you complain about while you're playing, but just taking that aspect out of your life, it's a big chunk out of your life.
I was shocking to live with for a couple of years. I suppose one way in which I try to get around it, I'd get up at 4 or 5, train, run 20, 30k before I go to school. I'd just go to bed early and as if I was still playing footy.
It is a really difficult time. I'm coming to the end of my 40-year association with the game, and I'm trying to think if that's all taken away and I don't have some concrete sort of, I don't know how I'll cope with it either. I'm really having quite difficulty coming to grips with that.
It's like a drug. You're addicted to it, and you just want more and more and more. So and I had the biggest withdrawal symptoms, and it took me years. And I'm not talking lightly about it. I mean, I just missed my footy. So I was 30, just turned 31.
When you give up footy, because it's such a big thing in your life, there's nowhere to go.
There's no debriefing. They don't say, okay, you're sitting with the psychologist, he's going to tell you how you're going to feel, this is what's going to happen. I had no support like that at all, and I hope clubs do have that in place, not just for blokes like me who played for 15 years, but these young kids who build their hopes up, get drafted for 2 years and then bang, you're cut. I hope they have something in a process for those kids.
I think the Players Association have realised this, and I think the structures and the people, the processes they're putting into place is going to do a really good job in saying, look, we want to look after you while you're playing, because the evidence is that you'll play better football, less dips and troughs in your performance profile. If you've got something else to get your head into, you'll stay longer. So I've got a bit of a selfish interest here, because I think they'll stay longer. And what we know is they'll make the transition back into so-called normal life, which is pretty tough for footballers to do in this town, without the kind of complications we've seen on so many occasions.
Every day I think I'd think about, how long am I going to be playing AFL footy for? What am I going to be doing at the end of the day when it's all over?
What would happen tomorrow if you couldn't play? And it's hard to say, because you wouldn't really want to think about it that hard.
The real sacrifice has been in hindsight, like the shape that your body's in, and I got a fairly severe knee injury that really limits what I can do in life after footy, like leisure activities. And when you think, you've got another 40 years to live maybe, it makes it like I can't really even go for a run now. So, I can't.
You do struggle, your body aches, your back. My back
aches a bit, my knee I can't do too much on, hence you put a few kilos on unless you're a very good swimmer, which I'm not.
When your body can't go anymore, there's not much you can do about it, so you just got to say, well, it's time for me to try something else.
I had no choice. That was probably the strangest feeling I ever had, like walking out of, because I got a third opinion on it, and he just said, you're gone, and I was on my own, sort of tend to get a bit insular and that. And I walked in, I was walking up the street, thought, that's it, never going to play again, life goes on. But it was a real punch in the head. It was like, what do you do from here? But life goes on, you've got to do something, otherwise you become a tragedy.
Because it's no good getting carried away with yourself, because there's always someone to step in and take your place the minute you're gone.
My name's Ben Kennedy, and my dad and grandpa are always telling me that footy is like life, and you got to approach it with lots of passion.
You do everything that you possibly can to ensure that you're playing, and that ultimately that you can win a premiership. That's what we're all playing for. To do that, we have to be passionate about what we do, very passionate about what we do.
When you're growing up, you don't set goals as a kid, but we have dreams, and I think my dream was to play AFL footy.
I mean, I rang up a friend today and he said, you're just thinking about football, hey? And it's just basically true. That's all I think about.
Certainly at the age of 18 onwards, there's nothing else than a game of football to be played.
And to get out here and compete with the best footballers in Australia, that was a real challenge, and that's what makes you love it, because you want to back yourself against that bloke that you can beat him.
And to me, that's the ultimate in battle. Can you withstand all this physical and mental pressure, and can you overcome, the body and take yourself to another level?
And football gives you the first opportunity in life to become something and be recognised. And while you're wearing a red, white and blue jumper, or any jumper for that occasion, you're representing that jumper. And you've got to realise, you've got to put all your passion into it, realise what you can do for the club, not what the club's got to do for you.
Somebody came in, I couldn't even tell you who it was, and said, we cannot go out. If win, lose or draw next week, we're in the finals. And that is the highlight of my football career.
There's a passion from the day I picked up my first footy. There's a passion from the day I saw my dad kick a drop kick goal from the centre of the Littledale football ground and said, I want to be able to do that one day. I never have. It's a passion deciding you want to travel all the way from England to Essendon 3-4 nights a week to train. It is the core essence of why you do it.
It's the greatest game in the world, and you wouldn't pass up an opportunity to be involved at any cost.
And you don't lose that passion as the years go by.
And if I didn't have it, like I said, I don't know what I'd be doing.
Loved it back in those days, loved it as a little kid, still love it today.
It's a great experience to be part of a very vibrant competition that generally I think is the highest and most patronised sport per capita of the population in the world. So we must be doing something right, all of us.
And I could turn the clock back 35, 40 years ago. I'd make no hesitation whatsoever. Give me the footy boots, give me a jumper. I'd love to do it again.
Never been short of a mate. When you're feeling down, you can give, you've got a choice of 100 people you can call, to cheer yourself up.
I don't think we fully appreciate at times, what a fantastic game it is.
We cater from, Liberatory to Justin Madden or Spider Burton. Which game would you play? We get every one of you. Just make yourself good enough.
from that minute that I walked in and they bounced the ball and those fellas started to play at that level, I said, I'm going to play there one day. There's no doubt I will play there one day.
And my thing is, it's about mateship and going down and doing something with 17 other blokes. That's what it is for me.
The game's being played and you're in tune with it. It's just the most fantastic thing.
I think you'll find that Australian football could end up one of the most exciting codes of any sport beyond 2000.
Competing against the best that was available, and now that meant coming from West Australia to play in Victoria to achieve that. That's all I wanted to do.
It's just a passion to play footy and not even be that good at it. I just want to get out and play. And I don't know what life would be like without footy, because it's probably it's the real motivational force in my life, and it makes sure that everything else in life is good when that's good. So I just love playing.
When you look out over the field, then you reminisce about all the things that happen on the ground, and that's the best part of it.
They're still running through brick walls, and you don't do that unless you've got passion.
And as I ran out, I just couldn't stop tears coming into my eyes, because it was such a... When you ran out, you take a breath, you could hear all the screaming and clapping and all that sort of thing, and the next breath you'd deathly silence, the next breath you'd hear it, silence, and I had all these, and I just couldn't stop. I wasn't crying, but I couldn't stop tears coming out of my eyes.
I would have happily paid some money out of my meagre bank account to play every week.
Ambition is very close to passion. Succeeding is passion. Desperation is passion. Commitment is passion.
You had to learn to be responsible for yourself and all the actions that you took, and you had to learn that you were involved in a team. So you were responsible to the boot stutter and to the selectors and to the supporters and to all your teammates.
I remember sitting in the toilets just before a game. I'd have the tape on, and Russell Green would be in the next cubicle and somebody else here, and we'd just come out flying, Where is it?
I don't believe you can do anything well in your life if you're not passionate about it.
Some of the laughs you have, they're the times that I'm really going to miss when I give it away.
Seeing the same guys, just going through life with them, it's like a big boarding school.
And when you're playing with them, it's like you're playing with you're playing with your brother, sort of thing. You give your heart and soul for each other out in the ground.
I'll miss my teammates, the ones I love, the ones I don't understand, the ones that annoy me. I'll miss them.
I was rapt to play one game. If I'd never played any more after that one game, I thought at least I've made it.
I remember Alan Joyce saying once, if you don't sleep with your football, you're not passionate enough about it. And I sat back proudly because I still did sleep with my football when he said that.
This is what I want to do, and whatever hurdles get in the way, I suppose, I'll do anything to overcome them.
I just love the game of footy, so if I wasn't playing here, I'm sure I'd be somewhere else, giving my all and trying to improve myself as a footballer.
Danny came flying over the top, took this remarkable grab and stood up and actually went like this, and I think he realised that he was playing game footy and slowly pulled his hands down.
And believe it or not, went through the goals. You couldn't even see the goals, like you couldn't probably see it that much, the angle you see it. So
it was just amazing to have actually played there and been, right there when he kicked that goal and the crowd coming out in the ground. It was truly amazing. I guess that's one of the things I'll be able to tell my grandkids someday.
Bruce, you said that Kelly had loved to kick it to him.
Yeah, it was good because we hadn't really spoken about it, but I sort of he wanted me to do it and I sort of wanted to do it. We both knew without sort of saying too much,
To get the pass off Cal was probably couldn't have wrote it any better. And I'd actually dropped one that he passed to me earlier on, went straight through my hands and must have got a bit nervous or something, I don't know, but...
Yeah, I thought I got the ball out the centre there once and kicked it to him and he dropped it and I thought, oh, there goes my chance,
Ended up getting one, same thing, right on the quarter time siren. Siren went back and always have a bit of trouble kicking out of that pocket.
Will he write his name in the record book forever?
Come on, please.
With this kick, it's going to go! And aren't we privileged to be a little part of it? A remarkable player ensures the fact for however long we play the game, he will be remembered forever.
They say, what are the highlights of your career, and that's without doubt one of mine. Just being here on the day, whether I had to kick the ball to him or not, great day, and one that I mean, everyone on the ground will never forget.
It's one of those things that could come down to biorhythms. I don't know, when everything at that one time is at its peak. I think that's when I let one rip.
My attitude to the contest was, mate, you do your best, I'll do mine, and if you win, good on you. Because that's what sport's about.
My whole football life I treated it as a passion.
I'm 99. I turned 99 on the 27th of March. I was born in 1901.
I've been here 62 years this year. It'll be 62 years this year, and I've never regretted 1 minute of it.
Oh, well, it was something special to get into the side. To Collingwood, I loved the game. I loved Collingwood. I'd still been playing if I could, but I can't do it.
And it doesn't matter how good you are. If you're a league champion, that's very good. If you're just a middleman, it's still very good. And if you only just make it and that's all, that's very good, because it's a remarkable thing to be able to play league football.
I said as a little kid I've always wanted to play AFL football, and my dream hasn't still stopped, you know, so I love the game so much, and I probably wouldn't know what to do if I didn't play the game, you know what I mean? So, and like, I just can't wait until the day I start getting, you know, game after game.
How would you like to play on Saturday in the grand final? He said, yeah, but I would eat manure to play on Saturday.
I said, mate, we're in a grand final. We're actually in a grand final now.
Lee Tudor's actually got the ball, who, you know, and kicked and centred the kick and
missed my hand and fell into the lap of my gods, I suppose, through Gary Evelyn.
It was about the 31-minute mark. The score's level, and he's walked back. He's only 10 metres out, and the siren's gone. And Lucas and I were just embracing each other. We're in the grand final, sort of thing. It was an amazing feeling. I don't think I've ever had a feeling like that in football. And
it was more or less left in a state of shock. You just sort of despair. Very hard to describe.
Just to think that these two strugglers from the North Reserves were getting a chance to, you know, play in an AFL grand final.
We've won a Brownlow, and I know what I wanted to do then was just share it with my mates. So I'd imagine a premiership would be like the whole team winning a Brownlow medal.
I love the sport more than I love any club, any state. I mean, it's just it's really important to me.
Football treats you, teaches you things about life. It certainly taught me as a young kid, virtually to grow into a man. Also to bring up my kids along the way with good values.
Whether you played one game or 300, everybody that's played has got a story to tell, and once you've tasted it, you get hooked.
Just watch the pure competitiveness of a group of men against another group of men.
When the team puts it together and everything you work for comes off under really pressured situations, that's when you get the most satisfaction.
And when he said pay the price, I've never known, you know, guys stand up as one, pay the price, pay the price.
Players played for the love of it, just to be there. It was considered such a terrific thing to be a footballer.
Without passion, football is nothing. And that goes for players, it goes for support staff and officials, and it goes for the fans. It's what it's all about.
Passion was about being able to play. Passion was about the people who make our great game. The people who pay the money to get through the gate and sit in the outer and have that, you know, day where they can watch their heroes play footy.
Couldn't imagine what I'd be doing. I'd be still sitting home, sitting on the tractor at this very time, sowing crops and going around and around and around, thinking what the rest of the world's doing.
It's a passion. You go over that line with a group of mates and you want to come back and you want to be hurt and you want to come back a winner though.
Football sort of made me sort of who I am. I think it's been like a guardian of mine, more like a mum and dad. I mean, my teammates and my coaches and everyone else have moulded me as much as anyone else. So I've got no doubt that the young fellas that come up in future generations will have that very same feeling.
To win North Melbourne's first ever premiership and to see the joy on their face is something I'll never forget.
News of the death of Ron Barassi Sr. in Tobruk, and Ron Barassi was a great mate of ours, Norm's and mine, and Bay Smithy and I were standing there with tears rolling down our cheeks. Then we got to say, bounce the ball and you've got to play in the grand final. Oh.
I don't talk about football very much.
There were old people actually crying because they never thought they'd ever live to see the day that North would win a premiership.
I think the passion's there even more so now than maybe a few years ago.
Like, you wouldn't swap it. Certainly would not swap it. Not at all. And it's just been one great hell of experience.
I think all the players, like myself, that were involved in the club those days would live it 1,000 times.
Thousands and thousands of elderly people just sitting in the crowd crying because, you know, they'd been following St Kilda for 80 years. And it was a marvellous thing.
The supporters, little old ladies, very, very old, who kept saying, and he kept alive to see St Kilda win the final. And thank you, that. I can tell him peace now.
The love of the game and the fact that you can still go out and have a kick in the park and enjoy that as much as anything.
No, I still don't think there's anything better than kick the kick in the park. We used to do that a lot, and I used to do it with my sons. But it was a highlight, I suppose. It was a highlight.
So no easy possessions for Carlton. Gets back to 50. Koutafidis! Sensational mark. That's his 8th mark.
Backing up very well, looking for Jesaulenko. Jesaulenko gets the front position, second chance. Here comes Jesaulenko. Jesaulenko, a left footer. There's nobody there.
You love it that much that I remember as a little bloke laying in bed just throwing the footy to myself and then falling asleep with the footy tucked under my arm. And it's something it's in you.
I'd do it all again. It's whatever I've achieved out of footy, I'd chuck it all back in just to have another crack at it.